Morning, everybody. Morning.
Good morning.
All righty, it's 10 o'clock. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. At this time, we'll call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for April 15th, 2021. Commissioner Kula, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Certainly, Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. And let's go over our joint calendar session. Do we have anything to add to the joint calendar at this point?
Chair, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, we'll move
Nope.
on to
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comment. We've received public comments as of yesterday and this morning, so thank you, Carolina, for getting those to us. We appreciate having them to read. Those are updates on the public hearing and also some general public comment. On to our work session, item E, and this time is reserved for topics of discussion scheduled in advance. Item E1A is the review and discussion of next steps for the Yamhill West Sider Trail Bridge Project Master Planning and Grants, continued from April 8th. And so let's go ahead and, Christian, do you want to start us off with perhaps a discussion of one of the requests was for a engineering audit of the bridge project?
Yeah, sure. So we had talked about two different potential audits last week, a narrower focused review of the bridge construction contract and the contract management. And then we had talked about a broader audit of the Connect 6 grant. I did some research into the broader audit request. I've talked to a couple of accounting firms that do this kind of work. I have a cost estimate back from one of them, Moss Adams. I'm waiting for a more detailed work plan from them, but I explained the grants, I explained the different contracts within the grant, I explained where we were in the process and the kind of review that we were looking for. They concluded that they would be conducting two audits, one of each contract, one of the Dowell contract and one of the Farline contract. And their audits for contracts of this size are approximately in the $25,000 range per audit. So they would be doing two of those. So they said it could be as much as $50,000. As a new client, they said they could potentially provide us a bit of a discount to bring it down into the $40,000 or $45,000 range. Like I said, I'm waiting for a more detailed work plan from Moss Adams. I did speak with another firm. Today is tax day for that firm, and they had a number of projects they were still completing, so they couldn't get me a cost estimate by today. But I'm hoping to have some additional information in terms of cost from them in the next couple of days. And then I had yet to reach out to a third firm. I was going to start with our own accounting firm, see if this is work that they do to get a third quote. And then if not, see if they had any other recommendations of accounting firms that might be able to help us. So we would have a number of potential quotes to compare. I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you, Christian. Appreciate the work on that.
Sure.
Commissioners, any questions on that audit or some of the points that we brought up last week?
No, thank you for reaching out. And so next steps for you, Christian, on that one, besides waiting?
Just third. If there's any further direction from the board on if that, given what we know in terms of cost and scope from the one, I don't know what the cost is going to be on the other. If we want to wait until we get some more information and have a more detailed conversation about whether or not the board's interested in proceeding with that broader grant, we could wait till next week if the board's ready to discuss more today about whether or not they want to continue with that larger grant. We could have that discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. So if we put this out for an RFP, this particular, larger overarching audit process, presumably you'll have multiple quotes and you'll have folks coming in with maybe some more competitive bids. Is that if we go that route?
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
Okay, that's kind of what I was envisioning for doing this, excuse me, was to establish, how in-depth we want to go with the larger audit first, and then sort of put it out to an RFP and see what we would get back in terms of the cost. So I still want to be able to, offer thoughts on scope of work going forward. But it sounds like from what Chair Starrett said last time, the more immediate audit would be of the bridge and more of an engineering audit of where we are on the bridge and the status of the bridge. So I think that this process will be a little bit more ongoing because we'll be submitting scope of work ideas. But I do think that the more immediate need that we discussed last time was the engineering audit.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I think the way I'm looking at this is that the most immediate, the most pressing, and I think the questions that really need answering right now have to do with the bridge. And so I would be in favor of an engineering audit and getting an idea of what that would cost, just to take a look at that to give us an idea, since that is pretty much what is pressing at this time. As far as questions about the larger audit, I know I've expressed concerns about the cost and adding more money to what we already are. It's a liability that we have and it's ongoing. And so I have another proposal which we could discuss after this regarding getting some answers on questions we might have about the trail in general, but I don't know that it necessarily would rise to the level of a full-blown audit. But that's just a discussion that we could have, just a suggestion. But as far as the engineering audit, I think that's something that we might want to get a look at. Commissioner Kula?
Yeah, I think it's my understanding was that you and I were both on the wanting to get the engineering audit be kind of the first priority of any of them, and at least getting a sense of the cost of it, which I'm hoping is less than $50,000.
Absolutely. So Ken, I know that you had made some initial inquiries on that piece.
That's correct, Commissioner. Based on the discussions last week, I did reach out and we started to have first to confirm whether or not, there was some engineering firms that do this kind of audit work. And where we left it last week was to prepare a solicitation to go out that includes a scope of work. And I believe for this work session today, the commissioners were going to bring essentially the questions that you have that would be built into that scope of work. And then from that point, I would start soliciting proposals from there.
Thank you, Ken, for that. I appreciate it. One of the questions that I've wanted to have answered through this audit, obviously, is the timeline. I think that's important, and a little bit of the cost, what's been spent so far, what's been invoiced, what hasn't been paid. Just taking a look at those in terms of the completion aspect of the bridge, but also I'm interested in seeing what materials we would be able to be reimbursed for, and making sure that those are also, that the perhaps cost increases from materials that have transpired since the purchase of them. We've heard our transportation manager talking about an increase in the price of steel. So really, where are those materials? Where are they being kept? Are we getting an accurate buyback estimate? And really drill down on that piece. Commissioners?
Chair, thank you. I agree. And I just want to clarify with Ken and Christian. So there is no immediate needs, right, for Farline. We've taken care of some of those immediate needs with moving materials and their equipment's, moved out. So we have some time to do this. Is that correct?
There are immediate needs. We have an invoice from Farline that is pending payment. We also have an invoice from Dell that's pending payment. There's also, because right now we have materials that are still being stored on site. They're also storing materials at their project site. So there is, and there's costs associated with the storage. So there is a need to, and also there's some erosion, some further plant. There's some other items in some outstanding work on the site. So a lot of that has been in a holding pattern at this point. So there is pending items that need to be resolved.
Okay, I guess Chair, I'm trying to piece this together in terms of the purpose and the timing. So the purpose of the bridge audit is to figure out where it's at in terms of the timeline and the cost and the materials and, essentially what it would take to finish it. However, we're not going to finish it. So, it sounds like there's two parallel decisions that need to be made. One is, what are we going to do? Are we going to just leave it there or decommission it? And then how much would Farline pay us back for the materials? As well as an audit, which really would serve, in my mind, to verify some of the information that was being told to us before we decided to pull the plug on the project. So is that everyone's understanding, or am I getting that wrong?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. Based upon my memory of my memory of our conversations previously about the costs of one action or another around the bridge, is that Commissioner Sterrett and I were both wanting to know what it was going to cost if we were to finish the bridge. So I think that's still a question out there. I realize that you said I don't believe that there was any formal action of the board. So if you want to have a formal action, I think we're still actually waiting for the price estimates, is my recollection.
Commissioner Bershauer. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So we do have an estimate from Farline. It says it would cost roughly $155,000 to finish it, and it gave a scope of work in terms of timeline is 70 days. So are we saying that we want to have other competitive bids for finishing it, or is the purpose to try and audit what has happened already on the bridge? I just want to be clear about what ultimately our decision is going to be and the purpose for the audit, because it seems like we have been told now from the Wendy Kellington and her clients that they will continue to sue us if we pursue finishing the bridge. So if the purpose is not to finish the bridge, then the purpose of the audit is to really verify the information and what the work that was done to date and what was paid on it.
And Chair, you were going to say something,
go
and then
ahead.
I'll follow up.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, so thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bershauer. My understanding was that you were the one bringing forward the question of audit. So I think that we should bring that back to you, and then it would be a decision then of the full board whether we wanted to go forward with that. But Chair, what were you going to add, please?
Well, I think that Commissioner Bershauer has detailed some of the questions that we had. As to whether or not the bridge is completed, I think that we've already accepted that the bridge cannot be completed because it is by definition part of the trail. So I think, though, while there has not been any formal action, what we're looking for now is saying, where exactly is this in the process, since there have been some questions about really the actual timeline for completion. So there's that question, and I think it's relevant to discussion. The other thing is I want to make sure that what we've been invoiced has been, those particular pieces have been done, and just taking a look at the numbers, what we've been invoiced, what we've been paid, what's still outstanding invoices, and again, the materials, the buyback, I think will help go a long way to at least mitigating some of these costs. So the reason for the audit is not so much to say, hey, what's it going to take to finish the bridge? Because we're not finishing the bridge. We've had that discussion over and over again. So at this point, I'm in favor of an engineering audit of the bridge and taking a look at that, coming back with that information and that particular piece. The other piece, as far as a larger scope audit of the entire project, I am not in favor of spending the money. What I am in favor of is getting some answers. I think we can get those answers in-house. I think we can ask questions and the commissioners can submit a list of questions, and I think they can be answered in-house. Whether or not that constitutes in any way, shape, or form anything close to a forensic audit, it doesn't. But that's not the point for me right now. I would like to ask a list of very detailed questions about the trail, about the process, about the project itself. And that to me is going to suffice. That is not to say that gives us the answer we're looking for as far as was this project financially according to Hoyle. And I don't know that we'll ever know that. And I think at this point, throwing more money after that is certainly not good stewardship. But that's just my thought at this point. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think you were winding down for the moment. So your question with your kind of scope of work, I was trying to write it down, but for the engineering audit would be, did the work happen in accordance with the plans? And is the material buyback price accurate to what another bridge engineer or bridge builder would be paying? I tried to get that down, but is that accurate?
Well, that's partly accurate because there are other elements to it. So just to take a look at, and by having someone who is an engineer, having an engineering component, taking a look at this, we're looking at what stage of completion, the accuracy of what was represented by Farline as far as, I read the details about working on Saturday and the extra costs and things like that. So yeah, that's what's important to me, is just coming away with a greater understanding of the bridge project. And again, the bigger audit because of the expense. I mean, if we could do it without it costing money, I'd love to. I think it should have been one of those things that we did going throughout the whole process, is really keep an eye on this. And maybe that has been done. I think those questions can be answered in detailed questions in-house. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. I think, though, by necessity, whoever's doing this engineering audit is going to have to look through invoices from Dowell and invoices from Farline and timelines and all of those things. So it's kind of both. It's going to end up being somewhat of a forensic audit, just by the nature of having to determine how we got from point A to point B. So it could be a bit more substantial than just looking at the bridge and determining where the bridge is at. So I just want to caution that, because I feel like if I'm being tasked with auditing where the bridge is, even from an engineering standpoint, I need to see all that stuff. I need to see what work was claimed to be done and how we got here. So I do think it's going to be a little bit more in depth than we think it's going to be, and probably cost a bit more too.
Well, I agree with you, because I don't think, again, what my questions were what were we invoiced? Was that done? What do we still have outstanding? Those are all going to be components of this. So I do think it is, in a manner of speaking, more of a more focused audit. But when I talk about a forensic audit, I was looking at the greater project doing the whole entire project. And that's what would have substantial cost to it. As Christian quoted, could be upwards of, 40 to 50 grand. So that's all I'm saying. Commissioner Kula.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think with your description, if I mean, I'm sure that staff wrote it down, but then they'll listen in, that if we detail that as the scope of work and then do a request for proposals, the proposal will show us what an engineering firm will think is necessary.
Right. And I think, again, we're just going to get more information, and that's sort of the more focused look, again, being on just this project and not the entire trail. So is everybody clear on what our next steps are? That at this point, we're just going to be looking for an engineering scope of work. Ken?
I was just going to say that the next steps is typically, depending on how the board wants to handle this. I mean, we typically do not do full request for proposals, the formal RFP process for this type of project or review, because it's under the dollar amount threshold where we're required to do it, keeping in mind that an RFP process is a pretty lengthy and defined process, and Christian can probably share more details about that. My intention, and if there's support from the board, was to essentially put together a letter with a scope of work and send it out to various engineering firms here in the state and try to solicit as many quotes as possible. Under procurement rules for a project similar to this, we normally attempt to get 3 quotes, and then we would bring back the selection to the board for final approval. But again, hearing some questions or discussion around RFPs, I just want to get clarification on process.
The 25,000, are you talking about $25,000 limit? Ken?
No, typically for RFPs for capital projects, we usually do full RFPs if the projects it's over 100,000.
Okay, I don't know why that 25,000 is.
That's an approval threshold for certain types of contracts, but it's
Okay.
not the procurement threshold. This would fall into what's considered the intermediate procurement range. Anything for goods or service, general goods or services, this would be a general service. It's a professional service, but it's not covered by the separate set of rules that cover engineers, architects, land surveyors, and related services. So I would lump this into general goods and services. Intermediate procurements, you only need 3 quotes if you're buying or procuring for something between 10,000 and 150,000.
150. Thank you.
We can do an RFP,
Right.
if that's the direction the board wants us to go. We could also do 3 quotes while also advertising in the paper and with plan centers that we are accepting quotes from interested parties. So we could try to, send the message out to folks that were interested in receiving quotes, while at the same time we go specifically to folks that we know might be interested. We also have a list of potential firms that we have compiled several years ago, so it's a bit out of date, but we could also send a notice to folks on that list and sort of try to get the word out without doing a formal RFP. But we can certainly go the formal RFP route if that's the desire of the board.
Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. What is the timeline on an RFP if we do it that way?
I mean, really, it depends on sort of how complicated we think the request is. Something like this, I think, would be pretty straightforward, but even so, I think it would probably be good to leave it open for at least 2 to 3 weeks. We can always amend to extend if we need to. If questions come up during the RFP process, we can issue addenda to address those questions. But the more detail we're able to put into the RFP in terms of what we're looking for, I think the quicker and easier it'll be for firms to respond to. But I would think a request like this, if it's something these firms do, it will likely be something they're quite familiar with. So I would think a couple of weeks 2 to 3 weeks would probably would be sufficient.
Okay, and then the posting, it would just be the timeline of however long it takes us to gather all of our questions and get them into some sort of formal document.
Yeah, I mean, assuming, I think we have a pretty good sense of what the board's looking for in terms of a scope of work, we could probably pull that together. Again, it depends on other workload, but I would hope that we could have a draft RFP ready within a week, and then we could issue it for 2 to 3 weeks, and then evaluate what we get back. So, it would probably take, all told, 4 to 6 weeks, maybe, from now till we were able to award. So, I mean, if that, and given the pressing nature of some of the things that Ken mentioned, taking 6 weeks to get to the point where the auditor can get started potentially leaves these other issues waiting as well, right? The pending invoices, some of the decisions about how we want to proceed. And so keeping in mind that there are a number of moving parts here, getting 3 quotes, doing some advertising, we could probably, if we took that alternative route, we could probably be in a position to hire someone and get them started within a couple of weeks. So there are some timing considerations.
I guess
There's workload concerns too.
Well, that's what I wanted to jump in here at this point and say. I think we need to be realistic about the bandwidth of staff, especially since we're coming up on budgets and we have the reality of a finite number of hours that we can get some of these things done. And so my suggestion is that short of a full RFP and short of, again, we're doing the abbreviated version, but still coming back with the essence of the answers that we're looking for. The material will, I believe, it will give us the essence of the answers. And the complete RFP process is just going to add time and labor and expense to this, frankly. So I feel if we are clear enough and detailed enough with some of the questions that we have, and we can even submit them to our county council or administrator to be more specific, that will get us to where we want to be. That's just my suggestion.
Chair,
Kula.
yeah, I think that's a really good, realistic point, and I think that I think county administrator is fully aware of the workload constraints right now at this point in the year and the season. The one thing I just want to kind of highlight is that Ken noted that there are 2 contractors who've contracted with the county who have sent us bills for work done, and keeping them waiting is keeping them waiting because of concerns that have been expressed but have not been justified or verified is unnerving to me at best. I do think we need to follow through with our contractors by paying them for work that they've done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bershaw.
Thank you, Chair. I recognize that this is not ideal timing, but we did not pick this timing. And I do think that there is an ongoing issue with transparency around this project. So in my opinion, the most transparent, open process to proceed with an audit is with an RFP. So I just want to make that point. But in terms of Commissioner Kula's statement about the invoices, there are line item pieces to some of those invoices that are in question. It's why they haven't been paid. Ken mentioned that last meeting. So it's not as though, those invoices contain things that were done and authorized and the work is sitting out there. That's not actually the case. So there's a reason why we're hesitating on those invoices.
Ken, can you clarify for me, sir?
I want to clarify, because the only items I was mentioning last week, the only clarification that is required on the invoices is it looked like there were several items that would be due in total at the end of the contract. So that was a portion of it. that needed some clarification, but that wasn't for the majority of the invoices for the work. There were lines in there based on the questions that the commissioners had that we forwarded to Dal and forwarded to Farline with those specific questions. And I believe I shared the responses from Dal to those specific questions, but clarified wasn't in total the entire invoice that was submitted. It was some of those elements that were due upon completion of the contracted work.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I read those responses, and some of them said that they were told to bill for the rest of the contract, even though the work wasn't actually done. And I have no idea where some of those materials are sitting, because they certainly aren't out there. So there are questions, and they're legitimate questions. And my opinion is that the most transparent process is an RFP at this point.
Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. While I understand your desire to move this along in a manner that's as transparent as possible, I also think that we are discussing a bridge, and Commissioner Sterrett and Commissioner Bershauer, Chair, you have already said that the bridge project is done. That suggests that the contract for building the bridge would need to be completed at some point here. Suffice it to say that there are things that we are withholding payment on that have been completed. And while I understand that you have questions and you've been provided answers, you're not comfortable with those answers, but our county administrator has just told us that there is work that's been billed for that has been done. And I think we are under the obligation by our contract to pay them.
Thank you, Commissioner. So at this point, we're at an impasse as far as do an RFP, don't do an RFP. My concern is that we are going to be asking County Council's office to spend the time on an RFP, and perhaps we can get, again, pretty much what we're looking for with the scope of work and detailed questions from the commissioners. So I'm trying to avoid the length of time this will take, the expense this will take, and get from point A to point B with the information that we're looking for. So Commissioner Bershauer, if you've got specific questions related to what Dal said, related to what Farline said, related to some of those pieces that, and even in regards to the invoices and the work that was done and the work that was not done, but in terms of the completion of the contract, that if those were added to the scope of work, could we have a compromise where we're getting the information? We're not, because this is, once again, and only the past is prologue as far as the bandwidth of getting stuff done in County Council's office to get this done, get it out, and do it in a reasonable time. I just want to make sure we're being realistic of what we're asking for.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that. I would say that as long as the process, the same process that we would go through for an RFP is followed, then I would be open to that. And that means that all responses are shared with the board. We can take a look at those and review them. And everything is very transparent to the public, then I would be fine if we did it that way, as long as the same open process is done, so that the public knows what's going on.
Thank you. I think that'd be reasonable. Christian?
Yeah, we generally do post all of the proposals that we receive. We generally don't have the board as a whole review all of the proposals. Again, if we're doing an RFP, there's oftentimes scoring involved and an evaluation committee that would be appointed that would evaluate the different proposals, score them against the requirements, and then make a recommendation to the board. So I want to make clear that if we're talking about following an RFP process while we're doing a quote, if we're going to do that, we may as well do an RFP. There are certain things we can do if we're simply obtaining multiple quotes to address the board's concerns. We can certainly post all of the bids or all of the quotes that we receive. We can set some parameters around whether or not we're interested in experience or price or a combination of the two, or what the factors that are important to the board in terms of selection. We can certainly advertise it broadly in the newspapers, at the plan centers. So if that sort of gets at your interest in transparency, I think that's certainly achievable without having to follow the requirements and the additional elements that would be part of a more formal RFP process. But certainly still being transparent and making sure that everyone who's interested has a chance to see what we asked for and the responses that we got.
And then Christian, would the board ultimately be responsible for choosing who we go with?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine as long as it's, very open and transparent.
And we always try to make certain that we're comparing apples to apples, making sure that each of the folks that are interested in the project are given the same scope of work. If anyone asks questions, we can share all of the questions with everyone who's interested to make sure that those questions are equally answered. So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Ben?
Okay.
I just want to emphasize that, just as a matter of operations and how we operate, all of our solicitations, we bring a lot of contracts before the board. We go through similar processes, if not on a daily basis, throughout the county, as far as for something as simple as hiring a plumber up to a major capital project. And we have the dollar thresholds that dictate under the procurement ordinance on how we handle these items. And at any point, it's public record, the documents, how we do the solicitation, how we solicit the quotes, how we bring the information forward. In the past, typically for especially a lot of the smaller contracts and agreements, we usually bring forward a recommendation, but that does not preclude any commissioner from posing a question. I would like to see the other proposals that were submitted as part of this contract that we're considering. And I just want to emphasize that we follow procurement rules and we run a transparent process in how we select all of our vendors and contractors. There are times that we come forward and ask for sole source exemptions or emergencies or items like that, because we have the ability under some personnel services agreements, depending on the amount under the ordinance, that we don't necessarily have to do the full solicitation. But I will say that anything more than $5,000 that's spent from this county, we solicit multiple quotes and attempt to get the best deal possible. And that information is readily available upon request. We try our very best to do that and follow those rules and bring it forward. So I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight the fact that that's how we do business on a daily basis.
Thank you for that. That's been my experience. The information is there. It's usually in our agenda packet if it's over that certain threshold. So do individual commissioners want to submit particular scope of work questions to county counsel's office just to make sure, or perhaps our administrator? I don't know if we want to go through Ken's office and just get that in sort of collected. Yes, Christian.
So maybe I can just recap what I've heard from the commissioners, and you can maybe tell me if there's more that you'd like to see included in a work plan, and then we can add to it. And some of these are going to overlap because I've sort of just been taking notes as the board's been talking. But we have concerns about the project timeline, the amount of money spent, the amount that we've been invoiced for, the percentage of completion, whether or not there's an opportunity still to be reimbursed for some materials that have gone unused, some sort of a buyback, where the materials are stored. Do we have accurate numbers when it comes to a potential buyback? And I was a little unclear on this one. Do we want to ask them for information on whether, I don't know if this is really fair for the auditor, but are there questions around what potential steps might need to be taken or should be taken around a possible decommissioning of the bridge, or is that something that the board would discuss sort of after the audit when we have a better sense of or better, hopefully some answers to your questions? The conditions on site, stages of completion, the accuracy of the percentage completion, and again, what we've been invoiced and what work's been done and what we've been billed. Are there other elements there that you'd like to see included in a scope of work for the narrower engineering contract specific bridge construction audit?
That covers the questions that I have. As far as the decommissioning question, I think that's an element here that needs to be addressed regardless. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. Christian, I had been typing up an email to you about my thoughts, so I'll just go ahead and send that. I think you covered a lot of it, but it might have some little more specific pieces in it that you can include. But
okay,
I'll send that to you today.
Thank you.
For
Thank you.
transparency, can you send it to all of us?
Yeah, we just, again, a reminder, we just need to be careful about having potential communications between the commissioners via email outside of a public meeting. But it's fine if you send it to the group as long as there isn't a series of emails discussing anything that's on that list among the commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that not one commissioner isn't directing the work of staff without the other commissioners on board.
Oh, that's a really good point to remember. Thank you, Commissioner Kula. Always good to remember that. All righty. So do we have an idea of where we want to go with that? We'll pretty much put that to bed. Now we want to go on to master planning and grants. Ken?
Maybe before we move into master plan, what I would like to also propose is I would like to circle back with Dell and Farline on the pending invoices and ask them for a revised invoice that that it's not necessarily closeout project, but at least so we can, because I heard at least one commissioner express, concerns about some outstanding invoices that we haven't processed yet. And if there was work performed that we haven't paid yet under our contract, I would like to give them an opportunity to revise that invoice to at least invoice for the work that they can verify to us that has been completed, that's not associated to closing out the contract. So I can process that because again, for exposure and liability, as far as, with the contract and having outstanding payments due to these contractors, I would like to get some of those processed while keeping in mind that these invoices are going to be subject to the same review that we're getting ready to initiate for the entire project. I just wanted to put that question out there and see if there was support with that.
Yeah, I'd love to see us get paid what we can get paid at this stage of the game. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that it limits our risk in terms of the work that they perform, but I do have questions about some of the other stuff. I mean, they purchased plant cuttings apparently that they were going to use on the embankment, and what's happening to those? Where are they? Have they died? I mean, you have to use some of that stuff. So there's just a lot of questions on some of the stuff that they did bill for that was planned work to be done, but it hasn't been done. So I think we need some clarity on that too.
Commissioner Kula?
Was that not part of your initial questions that were submitted, Commissioner Bershauer? The specifically the one about plants? I just figured that they had them on their lot.
It was part of my questions, yes, but I don't think they said what the status was. I think they just said that they were asked to bill for the remaining work that was part of the contract.
And again, if they purchase them and they haven't been used, will they need to be used as far as an erosion control project, a part of the cleanup, or is that part of the buyback? So that's one of the things that I'm sure that an auditor would be able to tell us. But yes, Ken, I think that to the degree that we can pay some of these, I would like to see that done. Anything that doesn't step over the line of the questions that we have, that would be outstanding. But so thank you all for that. Okay, so I guess the next discussion item would be the master plan and the grants. So as far as the master plan goes, the last discussions we had talked a little bit about the fact that the master plan was in place to determine some of the concerns that were raised during the from the neighboring landowners, and also how to mitigate some of the concerns that were brought up. And I think since we're not going that route, that the whole master plan concept is sort of defunct. Am I correct in that assessment, commissioners?
That would be, that's my understanding as well, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I feel like the master plan should have done a long time before any of this other work was done. So do we need some sort of formal vote on ceasing to move forward with that, or what's the process for that?
Christian? Probably so, huh?
Yes, I think if you're ready to make a decision about whether or not you're intending to proceed with any further work under the existing contract, or if you're voting to end the contract, yes, I think we should have a formal action on the board. By the board.
Sorry,
in order to
Christian.
do that.
I'm just trying to figure out mechanics if they can do, if the board can do a motion now as part of the work session and act on that, or is that something that would be added to the agenda under other business and we would take action at that time?
Either works. Either works. We're in an informal formal session. So if the board's interested in making a motion now and taking action now, I think it's just fine.
Before we get to that motion, this brings up another question about the scope of work, what's been done, and whether or not there's satisfaction that those elements have been performed. I know there were some questions that perhaps people weren't contacted. There's that question out there. Does somebody want to address that? I mean, how do we feel about the process, about the work that was done, about questions about the work that's done, or can that one pretty much be determined as we end the contract?
Chair, I think that the most recent, the initial report that we, the Board of Commissioners at the time approved, that's probably the last time when action was taken by the planners. Would that be accurate, Ken?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that they held some town halls. I think I was part of a couple of them in December. So there was activity up until maybe December of last year, is my understanding, in terms of town halls and that kind of stuff going on. It would be interesting to have, some sort of short summary as to what they accomplished and what they found, just because, we've paid for some of it up until this point. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that would require more time on their part.
Were the town halls held after they made a presentation to the board? I believe their presentation was in December, if I remember correctly.
I'd have to go back and look. I want to say maybe it was November that they had public town halls, and then they followed up with you guys in December. I can't remember exactly, but it's that from memory, that's the last time that there was any activity.
Yeah, I would like to see sort of them wrap it up and give us an idea of what they did, again, who they contacted, who they discussed some of these issues with, and then what their initial determination was. That's good information for us to have going forward. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it would be good to hear if there's more than what we already saw, because that's fully in the record. You can watch, anybody can watch the video. Anybody can watch, I think probably even their listening sessions. I'm guessing, I haven't looked at their particular project website, but if there is work that they've done since we approved their, the former Board of Commissioners approved their work product at that point, then I think it would be appropriate to hear from them. I just want to bear in mind though that that will be incurring a cost, but it's also important to remember, or at least it's important for me to remember, that it's ODOT who's been paying it. So I'm imagining that only like a small amount of the cost share that Friends of the Trail put in would be our contribution to that. Just to throw a little wrinkle in it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the information that they have gathered so far, you're right, that was part of the presentation, and that I would imagine was the end of it, unless there was work subsequent to that. I don't know that there were any other town halls, but there could have been other work. So it would be good to get that, we make the motion, and then to also ask them. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to report out on the work that they have done, and I don't know that that should necessarily incur additional costs. It would only be right for them to be able to provide that information. Ken?
And I'll just say that the last presentation was on December 17th of 2020, and that was Board Order 20-441. Just so there's a frame of reference for looking at the report that was submitted in the meeting date and when this was presented.
Commissioner Berschauer.
Chair, so does that mean on December 17th that the board approved them going forward and continuing work? Was that how that was designed, where it was sort of incremental?
We accepted their work product. That was, it was a requirement that there be 3 times in the ODOT agreement that we accept the TGM master plan, the stages of it.
Okay, so we don't know if they did any work past December 17th at this point.
I don't know.
Okay.
Ken, do we have information that lets us make that determination after they made that presentation on the 17th?
I believe there may have been some further meetings, but I don't have the particulars. I can follow up with Carrie and,
Okay.
and get some updates on if there were some additional meetings that occurred in January or not. So.
All right, well, at some point, so since we can do it at this stage of the agenda, does somebody want to make a motion to discontinue the master planning contract?
Chair, I move that we discontinue the work on the TGM master planning grant.
All right, we have a motion to discontinue the master planning grant. Any further discussion? Commissioner Christian?
I just want to point out that I, make it clear to the board, the effect of this will be to terminate the contract that we have with Alta. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
what
good.
the motion
Thank you.
is. Okay, thank you.
And I apologize. Did you say that if we do this, we trigger repayment of what the Friends of the Trail put in, or is that just sort of a sunk cost?
I don't know whether or not it triggers a repayment of what the Friends put in, but that would be a question, an appropriate question that we would need to look into to get answered.
It's my understanding from previous conversations that we've had that it does trigger that repayment.
Okay, I guess
it was us here who had that presentation to us, so it was all on this meeting.
Now, we're talking about the matching grant that the Friends of the Trail put towards this master planning process, right? The county's match.
Ken?
Christian, I think we need to some confirmation because I don't believe we actually hold the contract with Alta. I believe we have a grant agreement with ODOT under the TGM grant, and I believe ODOT holds the contract with
with
Alta.
Alta, right. But it would, I mean, it in effect will be ending our grant agreement.
Correct.
So then the request would be for ODOT to end the contract. We make the
No,
motion
I mean,
here.
after we take action, it will be up to ODOT to decide what their
Okay.
next steps are.
All right, so we have Commissioner Kula, yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. I realize that, so we are in discussion. But I didn't want to lose track of this one, which is that I wonder if we can, there is a motion on the floor, so I apologize, but I wonder if there is it seems like there are implications for the acquisition grant by ending our involvement in the master plan. And that was just from the previous conversation that we had here. I'm wondering if we can Chair, if you would mind us getting a little bit more clarity about that. Because I anticipated that I would vote for this because obviously we're not going forward with the trail. But if this is going to trigger that, then I want to have that knowledge.
Certainly. So how the juxtaposition with the acquisition grant, Christian, how would this impact that? Or would it?
I mean, again, I think that's a question that we'll have to ask ODOT.
Okay. So do we want to hold, Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. I don't see how it could. I mean, you guys entered into the Connect 6 grant agreement it was approved prior to even having the acquisition grant finalized. So I don't understand how you could back up the train and say, well, because you didn't have a grant for the master plan that was entered into much further down the road, you're suddenly now putting your right-of-way acquisition grant in jeopardy. I'm just not sure how that logic works.
I think there may
You
be a
mentioned-
miscommunication on timelines.
Hold on one second. Let's
No,
go
that's
ahead.
fine. Go ahead.
Christian,
No, I believe Commissioner Bershauer mentioned both Connect 6 and the acquisition grant. Or are we talking about the
yes,
acquisition grant? Or are we
timeline.
talking about Connect 6?
Commissioner Bershauer?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I believe Commissioner Kula was stating that if we withdraw from the master planning grant, we suddenly put ourselves in jeopardy for the right-of-way grant. And what was discussed in the very first meeting when we discussed this in January was that the right-of-way grant is dependent upon the corridor being determined as a transportation corridor. It doesn't have any specific ties to what you do with that in terms of a trail. So I'm not able to make the connection here.
I mean, Commissioner Kula asked a question, and I think the answer to that question is maybe beyond all of us, right? I do believe it will be something that we need some information from ODOT, because if they conclude that certain actions that the county is taking begin to make it appear that we will not be able to meet the requirements of our acquisition grant, that's when that agreement to me would begin to be in some jeopardy. I don't know if this furthers that concern on ODOT's part or not, because you're right. I mean, we bought it for use as a transportation corridor. I'd have to go back and look at the contract and see exactly what it says about if we don't continue with the trail, whether or not that specifically would trigger a potential repayment. I would have to think that as long as we meet the general continue to meet the general parameters of that acquisition agreement, that we should be fine. But
So
again, it's an open question.
So if it was considered multimodal transportation corridor, then a trail was one of the options that you could employ on a multimodal transportation corridor. It is not singular and is not exclusive. So I think that the master plan was specifically for mitigating concerns about a pedestrian or recreational trail. And so as far as the transportation component of that, I think we do have to find out more, but it doesn't look like it jeopardizes the acquisition, since that's not what it was initially acquired for. Commissioner Kula.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My understanding, based upon conversations with Ken, is that ODOT made it clear that this is that the acquisition grant was at risk because of if we were to end the ODOT or the TGM contract and our ending of the Connect 6 grant for the bridge. So that's just the conversation that I recall. I mean, I wasn't involved in it, obviously, because it was with ODOT and Ken.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I asked that specific question when we met, I believe it was January 28th, to discuss the trail first. And Carrie Martin said that if you do X, it's going to jeopardize the acquisition grant, to which I pushed back and said, no, that's a transportation corridor grant. It is not specific to the trail. And I believe Christian said, yeah, I think that's right. I don't think it actually has any connection that would ultimately trigger repayment of the acquisition grant. And those timelines for federal grants are much, much longer. They're 20, 30, 40 years. So I don't know that everybody seems to be getting the same story, and that's concerning. But I just don't see, I'm not able to connect the dots on that. I certainly want further clarification, but it doesn't seem obvious to me that if we do this, suddenly we're going to pay back the federal grant.
Well, it seems like we need more information. And I think that at least I'm of the mind that it doesn't appear that that one, that they're, mutually exclusive. So the only thing I'm saying is perhaps we withdraw the motion pending further information. Because again, to Commissioner Kula's question, as far as whether or not it impacts the acquisition part of this, that's important. I don't think it does, but then again, who knows what the actual contract says. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. Ken, you had a conversation. I just know that the fact that it's in the intent of the Board of Commissioners is not to use it as recreational trail came up. Can you add to that, or should we just dig more?
I will say the last meeting that I had with ODOT, like I reported last week, again, representatives from ODOT, that was Sonny Chickering and Eric Havig were in attendance, and they again expressed concerns about our status with the acquisition grant based on if we're not moving forward with these other grants and projects. Again, we have not received any official communication or that says that we're in violation of that grant agreement by the actions that have been taken. But again, these are informal. It looks like Christian wanted to say something or add something.
Yeah, I just was going back and looking at some of the recent communication we've had with ODOT. In one of their responses from early in February, if the county decides to no longer pursue a multi-use path on the right-of-way acquired with TAP funds, it would be in breach of the TAP, which is the acquisition agreement, and the Connect Oregon agreements. The breach in turn would trigger the county's obligation to repay the TAP and Connect Oregon funds per those agreements. So that is the position of ODOT as recently as February of earlier this year.
Multi-use.
Correct. Multi-use path is what that email says.
So is, defining our terms here as multi-use path, could that be construed as, since it is a transportation corridor, multi-use is not necessarily pedestrian or recreation? That's a pretty broad description, multi-use.
Christian, did they have sorry, Chair, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Back at you, Christian. I'm assuming that there are definitions here. I remember in conversations that open to the public has a very specific definition.
Sorry, I'm just reading through the rest of the email. Yeah, I don't know that we have a definition of that specific term, but again, that's something we could ask a more pointed question of to ODOT.
Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. That makes sense to me that they would say that, because if you're not going to, the TAP grant doesn't make sense, because ultimately a transportation corridor could be anything, could be light rail, could be a bike ped path. but there's no mention of the master plan, and the Connect 6 grant was entered into and construction was started before there was a master plan. So I see absolutely no correlation between the master planning grant and triggering repayment of the TAP grant.
Commissioner Kula.
I guess my understanding is that the motion that was or that is on the floor is to end an agreement for a master plan for a recreation trail that's open to the public. And so that's at the very least, if that's one of the components of multi-use, then we're signaling, we would be about to signal that we're not moving forward with a recreational trail.
You had questions about how this was intertwined with the acquisition grant. And so my recommendation is that we get some definitions and we find out specifically, without trying to make these assumptions that I don't think any of us are qualified to make. So I will leave that in the hands of our legal counsel to come up with that information. And Commissioner Bershauer, based on that, would you suggest that it might be appropriate to withdraw your motion pending further information and then just revisit this next week?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if we can get an answer, hopefully within a week, because I do think that ULTA planning needs to have some direction, as well as ODOT, as to what we're going to do. So I withdraw my motion to have the county withdraw from the master planning grant, but I do intend to bring it up again next week.
Thank you,
And so
Commissioner.
the specific question we're looking to ODOT for is if we end the TGM grant agreement and end the TGM process, is that triggering a breach and repayment of the acquisition grant?
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up, everyone. These are good points to need to be clarified. Okay, so Commissioner Kula, did you have something you wanted to add?
Oh, no, I was just I was thinking about the multi-use, the multimodal definitions, but I think that that Commissioner Bershauer and Christian, I think we've got it. I think we have the question that we need to have answered.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just made a note of that. I'll mention that to them. I'll also review the contract in the meantime and see if there's any clarification we can draw out of that to get some clarification on Commissioner Bershauer's thoughts on trail versus transportation corridor.
Thank you, Christian. And also wanted to revisit the ODOT question. At least we had the expectation that there might be some offer or some request for repayment by this week. Have we received anything from them? Any communication?
So as I mentioned before, we had the meeting and I had asked for a written outline from ODOT to talk about the repayment options. As of looking at my email right now, I haven't received anything from ODOT. I did reach out yesterday afternoon asking for an update, and I haven't heard back yet.
Okay, so we'll just wait and see what they have to offer, and we'll continue these discussions next week. All right, so if there's nothing else on this topic, we can go ahead and move forward and end this work session and move on to Commissioner Bershauer.
Chair, I wanted to bring up the executive session and the issue around that. It is somewhat related to the trail. Is that something that we should talk about now or later?
We certainly can. I was going to suggest that we postpone the executive session. Christian, and thank you for bringing that up. I had forgotten to mention that at the beginning. We did have an executive session scheduled for today, but I believe that at this time it might not be appropriate. Christian?
That's entirely up to the board. If the board would like to postpone for a week or longer or reschedule another executive session time to have that conversation, can certainly do that.
Thank you. At this particular point, I am of the opinion that I am not quite sure when we would be able to have this discussion. So to say next week, I'm not there yet unless the other commissioners feel that they have enough information. I don't. So I'm not comfortable with having this discussion at this point, but I'll defer to the board.
Chair, I agree. In light of the emails that we received, I'm not ready to talk through some of these issues. I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around what has been put forth to us. And so I don't feel that it's appropriate to have the executive session today. I don't know if I'm going to be ready next week. I have a lot of questions, and the questions need to be answered before we have the executive session.
Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it seems like we're in a place where we should probably at least have some direction to council to communicate with the belts one way or another about continuing lease negotiations. I mean, I think right now, Christian has direction to continue, but if you don't want to do that, we should probably give him direction on that letter.
Well, my concerns are that now that the belts are represented and have legal counsel, how appropriate is it for us to continue these discussions? I'm a little murky on that. Are we allowed to?
Yeah, I would continue my discussions now with Andrew Stamp. You know, I would communicate through their counsel and certainly hope to answer whatever questions the board has, whatever questions the belts have, and get to a point where we're able to make some more decisions about which path we're interested in taking going forward.
I see. So then the discussions will be between you and
My conversations will be with Andrew. Other conversations could happen between, you know, individual commissioners and the belts, or staff and the belts. But now that I know that the belts are represented by an attorney, my legal communications will need to be through that attorney.
Could you clarify as far as commissioners' communication with the belts? Is that appropriate?
You've been having communications with the belts. I understand the belts have been reaching out directly to commissioners, sending materials directly, which is, yeah, that's fine.
No, I mean, that was prior to them being represented.
Yeah,
So-
the parties can continue to communicate. It's just that the lawyers can't. I can't now reach out to the belts because I know they're represented in the same way that their attorney, Andrew Stamp, shouldn't be reaching out directly to you to discuss any of the legal issues relating to the lease. And we got that letter from Andrew yesterday. If there's any questions about that, he laid forward 3 options. I think those are the 3 options that we've discussed. A potential sale. We've talked about the complexities with that, a new lease. And then the 3rd option was that they would be seeking to remove and salvage some of the improvements, which has always been their right. There are a number of sort of pending outstanding matters that if you'd like, I can continue to try and follow up with Andrew now in terms of making sure that lease payments and tax payments are current, and then talking about the term of the lease that we're now in the middle of, extending that possibly through the end of this year, and then talking about they may have some other options. So my plan was to reach out to Andrew after the meeting today and just kind of hear from him as to what he's hearing from the belts, and then I'm happy to have some further conversations with the board about that after I have that phone call.
Well, then maybe we would have enough information next week to discuss this if we've gotten some information from their counsel.
Yeah, and again, I guess it would depend on the questions that the board has. If those are questions that can be answered by their attorney, or if there are other questions that need to be addressed.
So would those discussions take place with individual commissioners and county council?
We could certainly do it that way. We have one-on-one conversations with commissioners all the time, or we could have a discussion in open session or in executive session if it qualifies.
I do believe it qualifies, but I don't know what the will of the board is. It is a real estate matter.
It certainly is. It's a real estate transaction. We could discuss the parameters and details. And again, I could try and get some additional direction from Andrew to maybe answer some of the more specific questions that I've put forward to the belts. You know, if you're interested in the lease, what monthly amount do you believe is appropriate? if you're interested in the lease, what sort of a term do you believe is appropriate? We put forward our own proposed monthly amounts and lease terms. And then the conversation sort of shifted to, well, wouldn't it be easier simply to sell the property? And if we're still in agreement that a sale of the property is not the direction we want to go at the moment, I can continue to try and have some of those more detailed lease specific conversations with Andrew, and then maybe have some information that I guess might answer some of the questions, hopefully by next week.
All right. Commissioners?
I was going to say that if we have new information, Chair, that I think an executive session would be helpful if we have new information by next week from Councilor Stamp and the Belts.
Yeah.
But if we don't have new information, I don't think that there would be a need.
Agreed. Commissioner Bershauer? So if we have new information, if we have sort of more information than was outlined in those initial proposals in his letter to us, would you be ready to have an executive session next week? If we don't have new information, we're going to wait until we get something substantial to talk about. That would be my thought.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the answers to those questions would be helpful. I have a long list of questions now, given what was sent to us in the last 2 days in terms of the behavior of a commissioner and staff prior to me coming on to the board. I want those questions answered before we have any sort of discussion, because if we are ultimately deciding what the next step is for this property and for the Belt family, I feel like there's a lot of clarification that needs to happen before that happens.
All right, so we'll go ahead and tentatively plan on for an executive session if we have more information next week. Otherwise, we'll wait for an executive session pending that information from County Council. Thank you. All right, so do we want to take a 5-minute break before we move on to the ARP funds, the next review part of our work session? Is everybody okay to continue, or what would you like to do?
I'm okay to continue, but I do know that we all have stretching that we might need.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we take a 5-minute break, 5-minute recess, and then just come back here and continue at the point of our ARP fund review. Thanks, everybody. Okay, everybody is present and accounted for. We'll go ahead and reconvene our formal informal session for April 15th, 2021. And the next step in our agenda is item E2, which is a review and discussion of the American Recovery Plan. And this is going to be a high-level look. We're not going to get into the specifics, but just if our board has any ideas of direction that we can take short of particular projects. I do want to call out a couple of communications from Representative Noble's office yesterday regarding some requests that his office has made regarding Housing Authority and YCAP. And I did share with Representative Noble that there was a mention here of Yamhill County. Let's see, Yamhill County funding year 2 and 3 of program components of Project Turnkey, and that is incorrect. We have not made that commitment. So at this point, I've let his office know that shouldn't be in the proposal description because we haven't made that commitment. So one of the suggestions that I've made to Alexandra, for instance, at YCAP, is that everybody needs to be on the same page so that we're not all working on these a variety of different allocations when we got the city of McMinnville together, Housing Authority, YCAP, the county, and the city of Newburgh together, and then perhaps the other cities, and get some kind of a representation of what they'll be spending their money on, what some of their ideas regarding, because I know that housing and supports for vulnerable people are on everybody's short list. If we can get an idea of where everybody wants to go, so we're not all over here doing that duplicating some of that work. But short of that, is there anything that rises to the level of the high level discussion in terms of categories of what we want to spend this money on? And I just want to say that while everybody's lining up at the trough, we have to remember that this is adding about $14,000 debt to the average American family, and that only a small percentage of this is actually going to help people who have been affected by COVID. So while we're all salivating and rubbing our hands together at all of the money that we're getting that's falling from the sky, the question is that not in 40 years have we had a level of debt in this country like this. So I do have concerns about it. Let's be aware of the fact that every dollar that we suggest be spent is going to be a dollar that future generations are going to have on their backs as far as debt. So that being said, anybody have anything that is a burning desire to see that this money is used for? Commissioner Kula.
Chair, I really appreciate your that note of caution and awareness, and then I appreciate the suggestion that we for now stick to maybe the skeleton, not even the muscles or connective tissue of a plan. And the way that I talked with Ken a little bit about this, but it was really just me throwing my idea at him, was the proposal that we at least think about things from the framework of external needs and internal needs. So there are clearly things that our county needs to do within the county government, but then there's clearly work that's eligible for the spending that needs to happen within our county borders. And then think about within the external and internal, immediate and long-term. So things that can help people right away who are struggling, but things that can also help everybody either within the county government or with outside of the county government in the long term. So that was the one thing, because for me, I need to get like a grid together just for my own personal way of thinking about it.
Thank you. And the information that we got on the call last week with NACO and AOC really showed that there's a lot of leeway here on how these funds can be spent. So I want to make sure that we're not duplicating. So for instance, if there is money that's allocated at the federal level for rural broadband, that we're not going to be using our money that's also allowable under that category. So that's going to be the difficult part. I know Ken's probably been awake nights trying to figure out how do we disentangle the federal programs from what we're allowed to do with our $21 million. So Ken, did you have any cautions for us before we get too deep into a conversation?
Unmute myself here. So I know we had this scheduled for the work session, and I know there's a lot of information, although not with a lot of, we're still waiting on specific guidance from Treasury. You can look at the general guidelines around the use of the local fiscal recovery fund is what we're talking about here. Keeping in mind that the American Rescue Plan Act, and it can get confusing at times, even for myself. I'm taking a lot of notes, and it's really important to clarify. So there's one element of that which includes the $20.7 million that is a direct allocation to Yamhill County. So that's one part that we need to talk about, because we're anticipating, based on the language in the legislation, they're supposed to release the first allocation of half that amount within 60 days of passage, which is by May 10th. And so then there's that element, and the question that's out there that I think it's going to be several discussions to try to figure out, what's going to be available for grants, what's going to be available for internal needs, what is going to be needed for revenue. There's all these various elements under that plan, and we haven't received the money yet, and there's some budget actions that we're going to have to take, because like one of the first questions that I really have is, when you're looking at this, is how much do you want to have readily available of that first 10 million this current fiscal year, because that's going to require some budgetary actions. Keeping in mind that by the time we get it in May, if, like, as an example, we wanted to do a grant program, by the time you do solicitation and all the process to the grants and everything, you're into the new fiscal year. So I already have this targeted for discussion during budget presentations. We haven't built a special revenue fund, which is what I'm recommending that we're going to do. Is all these funds will have its own fund, and then we'll do transfers and grants and track expenses and any expenditures through that special revenue fund. So there's a lot of ideas and a lot of projects, and admittedly it's a lot to get our arms around because of the eligibility. You're right, it doesn't have the same level of restrictions around CARES Act. And so how the board wants to organize that or prioritize that. And I know that SEDCOR during the last presentation, they, Avishai talked about going to the Economic Advisory Council and providing some recommendations on where to target things for economic recovery. And that's something to keep in mind. I see that as one of the potential buckets of where the board may want to target funds. It could be anywhere from capital projects, broadband projects, childcare projects, economic recovery. I mean, it's a wide open discussion. So how we filter that down and kind of identify how the board wants to prioritize the use of these funds, I think is it's the $1 million question that's before you, and I think a lot of, based on an administrators meeting, in interacting with my counterparts, everyone is kind of struggling with, and they're at different levels of conversation and discussions about how they're going to prioritize and utilize these funds. Because that's just one part of it. And keeping in mind that also as part of this act, there's an additional allocation that we haven't been told how much that amount's going to be, but there's the local assistance consistency fund that is for public lands county, and for the SRS payments, that we're going to see additional funds potentially. I have no idea how much, because I haven't seen any forecasts or how that money's going to come to us. And then there's the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund that it looks like that allocation is going to go to the state, but I'm not sure at what point solicitations are going to go out or what that process is going to look like. And so there's all these various programs, and I know that there's a lot of projects. Broadband is the first one that comes to mind. That it seems like there could be 3 or 4 potential sources of funds. So how do we best, where do we need to target or make those applications for a potential broadband project? Or is it something that we should identify as part of the local fiscal recovery fund? You know, so I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of discussion that we're going to need to have here in the coming weeks. And really what I was hoping for today was just to have that 35,000 foot level to kind of talk about, and maybe we come away with this with just questions for the next time we put this on the schedule, to maybe talk about where the board would like to prioritize the use of these funds. And then start thinking about how much, you know, based on those priorities, how much funding we want to have directed to those priority areas. And then start to get these projects, and because we're going to get a number of requests. We've already received some requests, and you know, and I know a lot of people have questions, and I also have a ton of questions, and I'll just leave it at that. And then also keeping in mind, also when you're thinking about the priorities and the policy, you know, how we are releasing these funds. Is it something that, because these funds have to be spent by December of 2024. And so you're really looking at potentially counting this current fiscal year, you know, 5 fiscal years. So so that also comes into play on how and the types of projects, and if there's funds that you want to make available each year, or if we want to just move as quickly, you know, and fund as many projects right out of the gate as quickly as possible. That's going to be another question or decision, you know, the board's going to have to make.
Thank you for that. To me, the most important thing is getting help to folks who have been impacted the most. And I know that the cities will have their idea of how to do it, and the state will have their idea of how to do it. But that to me is important. And also that we sit down with the folks who are doing the work, like YCAP and Housing Authority, and make sure that we can support them in the work that they're doing, because they're on the front lines. So they're actually doing the work. They should be supported. And also I want to make sure that we're looking at some of the projects internally that would qualify for projects that have been perhaps a long time on the wish list that would qualify for some action taken during this. I know that we've had discussions of a number of them. So there's that. And then, you know, we've got the broadband and the childcare and all of the usual pressing issues. But I'm looking at, like, for instance, the business owners who are really struggling. So I'm wondering if at this point, what Ken's looking for from us is some direction on getting the budget component of this lined up. So we've got that part, at least a comfortable place for the budget officer to be able to say, okay, we're covered here. Anything we do now, we've got the placeholders for these funds. Commissioners? Go ahead, commissioners.
Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
I would agree. I think, and just for clarity, Ken, are you suggesting that we just open up the entire first allocation for discretion in this budget year, and then that can carry over to the next one? Or is that kind of what you were thinking?
I think that's one of the questions about whether or not, if you want to have a portion of it or the full amount. You know, it's one of these awkward ones that in order to create, we would have to do a supplemental budget, I believe, to set up if we were going to do it this fiscal year, we would have to do a supplemental budget to establish the new special revenue fund to account for these funds and then to appropriate to be able to spend or access those funds. Now, that being said, we can get into more detailed discussion as part of that supplemental budget process at that time. You know, so that's one question. And then I'm already planning on preparing a similar request for the budget committee in the first week of May to establish that, you know, it's it's awkward because we're expecting the funds right at the same time that we're in the process of trying to build the next year's budget. And so I've already been working on a plan on what it would look like, what this revenue fund was going to look like. The big question is going to be is how the board wants to see the funds appropriated within that budgeted fund as far as what's being made available for various programs.
So we're talking maybe 2 months before we would have to vote again to open it up for disbursement, essentially, for the next budget year.
Yeah, I'd say probably the biggest question, you know, is how quickly the board wants to start expending some of these funds to address concerns or eligible expenses that may have been incurred this current fiscal year. If we want to move pretty quickly with that, again, we haven't received the funds yet. I have no idea. So I don't know the timing of a supplemental budget. We could be in the middle of May, and we would adjust next year's adopted budget. So I'm just saying that if I brought forward the full amount and the budget committee eventually approves what that fund is going to look like for next fiscal year, and then the board elected to do, well, we want to make funds available now, this current fiscal year, we would do a supplemental budget, and then I would go and make those necessary changes because, of course, that would impact beginning balance for the next year. We would make those adjustments prior to final adoption of the budget, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I mean, going back to what Commissioner Sterrett said at the beginning of this discussion, I feel an enormous weight of responsibility for the three of us, because this is, like Commissioner Sterrett said, this is our children and children's children who will be paying for this. So these are very important decisions, and the buck stops with us in terms of where the money goes. So I really don't like feeling pressure to get this money out the door, you know, between May 10th and July 15th or 1st or whatever. So that's kind of weighing on me, but I also understand that there are absolutely immediate needs in our communities. And we're going to be criticized, you know, if we don't move fast enough too. So I would go either way. I don't want to create a ton of work for staff if it means, you know, we're having to rush this forward, and we really might not even know what the parameters are until May 10th. And then we're trying to cram in a supplemental budget, you know, for 2 months. So I'm sensitive to that. I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're doing is transparent and responsible. And I'm not sure I feel good about rushing at this point.
And I'll just emphasize that as far as staff goes, I wasn't necessarily looking for any decisions to be made today. I think what I was asking for is to continue to having these discussions, because realizing that it's going to be a lot of discussions that are going to need to be had to kind of set those policies and priorities and guidelines for how these funds are going to be made available and how we're going to access them and spend these funds. So
yeah, I agree. And I agree with Commissioner Sterrett's suggestion that we have, you know, some sort of meeting or, you know, larger discussion with cities. I'm very interested to talk to our mayors to see what they're experiencing in their towns. I think that's really important. I had a discussion with Ken and Christian yesterday about asking our department heads what they, the ideas that percolate up from their departments that might be great ideas that we just don't know. You know, as commissioners, we don't know that those great ideas to spend money on. So I feel like there's still quite a bit of process that has to occur before we get to the point where we're authorizing money out the door.
And some of those needs that you refer to, Commissioner Bershauer, that our department heads could bring to us, I think about Health and Human Services, think about money for a variety of things that we've not been able to do, but we also don't know if we can do them, if it's allowable to do them. I think about community justice. I think about the whole wish list of things that we would do if we could, but are we allowed to? And public health and some of our partner organizations, like I think of Provoking Hope or Lutheran Community Services and the Family Wellbeing Council, and the list goes on and on and on. So once we know what we're allowed to do, I'd love to continue those discussions. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. I think that to the supplemental budget, I think it might be a good idea, because I know that there's at least the follow-up to the space needs analysis, which we never did, but that would probably be good we can move on that quickly. And a couple other come to mind that I'm totally blanking on right now. There was a suggestion a couple of weeks ago about like a needs analysis and a strategic plan for broadband to actually use the money effectively. I can see that those could go out the door more quickly than the first of the fiscal year, without us really even rushing to get to that point. But it's money that we need to spend now in order to effectively spend money later. The other note is that last week, 2 weeks ago, Commissioner Bershauer, you made an important, or to me at least, it was an important comment about how we have the opportunity to do kind of, I think you said transformational. Yeah, okay. And that's that's a phrase that keeps floating around in my head. And that does take time, but it also, it takes things like the space needs analysis, and it takes the strategic plan for broadband. One thing I had thought about was, because Commissioner Sterrett and Ken both mentioned these more restricted funds, because it looks like the 21 million there's a broad range of eligibility, project eligibility, is to really focus on these restricted funds and look at how can we access them with the money that we have, because there's often a local match, or there's the desire for people to have their local government skin in the game. And then, so what I wonder is whether starting to compile from the conversations Commissioner Bershauer with department heads, those known projects within the county, and those known projects from our partners outside of the county. Relief Nursery is another one. I haven't talked to them at all. I assume that they still have that ongoing need for capital, and really getting them listed out so that when we look at our money, and then we look at cities' money. I don't want to, that doesn't sound right, but when cities look at what they have available, and then we look at the restricted funds, we can say, well, we can put our money in here in order to get these restricted funds for this project here. The last thing I want to note is that Commissioner Bershauer and Commissioner Sterrett, I think you make really good points about asking. And I've heard a lot about water projects. And so I'm pulling together our water task force, which I think I'm still the liaison to ask specifically about municipal water needs. And that's not to say that they would then bring those proposals to us, but just to keep the conversation going about water infrastructure.
And you're aware, Commissioner, about the bill. I don't know what the House bill, is it House bill that regarding the local funding for water studies? I can send you that information, I believe.
Oh, I don't know about a bill, but I'm happy to learn more.
Okay, yeah, there was a bill that we discussed during legislative committee. I can go ahead and send that to you regarding local water initiatives.
That sounds great, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, all right, so we still have, we know we have to, it's a lot more discussion on this, but it would be a really good idea. Again, unless we know what the specific buckets, like for instance, that are specifically earmarked for broadband, that we might not have to use our funds for. I guess we'll get more information. As they say, more will be revealed. Okay, so Ken, is that enough? Have we given you, I don't think we've given you very much.
No, and I know there's a lot. I think and this is a lot to kind of get our arms around as far as next steps go. I do think that the next really big discussion about at least the budgeting aspect on what we're going to have available will take place during the budget presentations. I mean, I do have this because I'll be coming forward with a request to add this special revenue fund to next year's budget. And then we can get into more details. I think sometimes it's a little easier once you actually see numbers, the actual numbers and what it looks like in a budget document and some of the various the generalized expense categories that we could start those discussions on how we appropriate the funds for next year. And then the next step would be, as if we receive the funds, I would be starting to do the prep work and coming back and having a discussion about whether or not we want to adopt a supplemental budget for this year to appropriate any of that allocation for this current fiscal year. And then that'll help kind of kick off or spur those other discussions on where the funds are being targeted.
Okay, thank you for that. So someone hands us $21 million. Instead of saying thank you, we look at, oh boy, this is going to be really hard to figure out what to do with it. So there's that piece too. So thanks, Ken.
Chair, I think that's a responsible thing.
Yeah, I would argue
Yeah.
that's how it should be.
No kidding. It's that all the work that goes to figuring out how to spend the money and do it in a smart and an equitable way. Okay, so if we're clear on that, we can move on to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve item G?
I move that we approve item G, Chair.
Motion to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item H, old business, and this is the consideration of approval of the findings and written decision in support of the mass gathering permit for the 2021 Memorial Weekend boat races at Rogers Landing Park to be held May 27th through the 30th. And the applicants are the Newburgh Boat Club, Columbia Outboard Racing Association, tentatively approved on April 1st, 2021. Christian, did we have, we've waived the fee other than the basic expenses as we do every year for them?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have, do we have a motion to approve the findings?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. On to other business. This is item I, consideration of adopting resolution 21-04-15-1, proclaiming April 18th to the 24th, 2021 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And I understand we have our District Attorney, Brad Berry, and our Victims' Rights is Deb Bridges joining us as well. Well, there's Brad. Anyway, Brad's got Mary Beth there.
Oh,
What could be bad?
I don't want to be at all insulting, but she went to sleep very quickly listening to all the debate going on, the very important discussion that was going on. We've been here a while waiting, so.
Well, at least she didn't bite anybody, right?
No, she didn't even threaten to bite anybody, so no.
So Deb's not there, but Mary Beth is there in her chair.
Correct.
Is she in her chair?
So yes, she's in a chair. I had her sitting and then I figured I better let her lay down, so.
So I think looking at the fact that everybody's smiling for the first time in a really long time, Mary Beth needs to be part of our weekly board sessions.
Yeah.
If we could spare her for 4 or 5 hours every Thursday.
And you are welcome to come by and ask, like people do in the office, for a little Mary Beth time. You know, as you're working to figure out how to best work things for the county with a lot of money, as you guys just talked about. Those some lofty decisions. So if you need some MB time, we've got her for you.
Thank you. Well, appreciate it, Brad. We have a resolution as far as the support of National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Do you have any comments about what your office does? I don't think people realize the actual extent to which your office is involved in this.
Yes. As you guys know, we have a full division dedicated to advocating for and working with victims to ensure that their rights are honored in the criminal justice system. You know, these are particularly difficult times with all the discussion around criminal justice reform and police reform, many challenges right now to Measure 11 and other sentencing schemes that the state has. It's become extremely difficult, I think, from the perspective of a victim, because they're kind of the forgotten part of the criminal justice system in all of these discussions. So I think in particular this year, acknowledging the role of victims in the criminal justice system, acknowledging rights that victims have in the criminal justice system, having the right to a meaningful role in the criminal justice system, I think may be as important as any time we've asked the board to endorse this in the past. It's a time where we need to ensure that as we talk about changes in a criminal justice system, that we don't forget the voice of victims. And unfortunately, I think that's happening too much. So this year in particular, I think it's really important. Getting back to your question, Commissioner Sterrett, yes, I run a very victim-centric district attorney's office. My lawyers will come to me on the serious cases that they're required to, and discussing how best to propose resolutions to those cases. And they all know the first question that's going to come to them from me is, what victim input do we have? We seek it out. We take it into account. We encourage victims to be at sentencing hearings, for example, to give information to the court on how crimes have impacted them. And that includes whether they agree or disagree with the proposed end resolution to a case. They've got a right to be heard. And we do everything we can to ensure that that happens. So Commissioner, this again, if I might just back up, this is a particularly important year for a resolution like this, and the endorsement of the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners acknowledging victims' rights and the victim's role in the system.
Thank you. Appreciate that information. Commissioners, does anybody have any questions for our district attorney before we read the resolution? Thanks very much. And also, Brad, if you would share our thanks. I don't think people realize that sometimes this work entails going out at all hours of the night, dealing with some very emotional and traumatic situations that your team does. We don't hear about them. So thank them for us.
I will. And I'll just remind you, it's not just my team. We have volunteers who do it without pay. They do the training without pay. They attend meetings and ongoing training without pay. And they get called out in the middle of the night also to aid victims of, in particular, domestic violence and sexual assault.
Yeah, thank you for that. Very important. Appreciate it. All right, so we have a motion to adopt Resolution 21-04-15-1 proclaiming April 18th to the 24th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution if we have... if that's okay, or should we do a motion first? Christian?
Chair. Oh,
Either works, Madam Chair, if you want to go ahead and read it first and then make the motion, or make the motion and then read it.
All right, so let's have a motion to adopt the resolution.
so moved.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Berschauer. In the matter of a resolution in support of National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 18th to the 24th, 2021, whereas over 150,000 Oregonians are directly harmed by crime each year, and the physical, emotional, and financial impact of crime falls on people of all ages and abilities who come from all economic, racial, and social backgrounds, and these crimes affect many more family members, friends, neighbors, and co-workers, and whereas victims who feel understood and supported are more likely to disclose their victimization, seek services, and participate in the justice process, and whereas providing victims with knowledge of their rights and the available services further strengthens their ability to recover by restoring a sense of self-empowerment, and whereas a trauma-informed response to victims promotes healing and fosters strength in survivors, and whereas we celebrate those who provide the help and the support to child victims of violence and sexual abuse, stalking victims, survivors of homicide victims, victims of drunk driving crashes, victims of domestic dating and sexual violence, many other life-altering crimes, and their commitment to respect and enforce victims' rights and to address their needs. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit and ensuring that all victims of crime are afforded their rights, and whereas Yamhill County is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for justice for all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim the week of April 18th to 2021 is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and reaffirm Yamhill County's commitment to creating victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those.
Thank you to the district attorney for bringing.
Yes, thank you, Brad. Thank you,
Mary.
Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, your team, volunteers, and Mary Beth doesn't seem to be at all interested in this proceeding, but we appreciate it.
Oh, no, she was wagging her tail. Did anybody notice?
Was she?
Time, yeah. So cute. What a sweet face.
We have a motion to approve to adopt the resolution. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes to adopt the resolution. On to item I2, which is consideration of declaring a county interest in land surplus property. Bye, everybody. I mean, Mary Beth and Brad. The rest of you have to stay. Consideration of declaring a county interest in land surplus property and granting a quitclaim deed for that interest to the Oregon State Department of Transportation in the area of ODOT Salt Creek Ash Swale Bridge Replacement Project located on Oregon State Highway 153, just east of Lansfield Road. Todd is with us now, and Todd and I believe our surveyor is Jason with us. Hi, Jason. Thank you for joining us and welcome. We've not had the opportunity to meet you in person, but welcome aboard and thank you for being with us. Todd, did you want to give us an explanation of this agenda item?
Madam Chair, I think at this point, Todd's video may be of an empty chair.
Okay.
I think he's still over across the street at a court hearing. But I believe Jason is here, and Jason, if you could provide some context and a bit of an explanation for the board as to why this surplus property donation's necessary.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, commissioners. It is good to meet you and great to be here. On this topic, this is really a housekeeping item as part of an ODOT transfer of property out and around the bridge project over Salt Creek and Ash Creek. The action is to clear title to ODOT's right-of-way acquisition. The effect is the county conveying a small uneconomic remnant of land to ODOT for highway purposes. The majority of the original property that the county acquired way back in the 20s, maybe a little bit earlier, the 1920s, has been consumed in right-of-way around the bridge and the Lansfield intersection. So there's a small uneconomic remnant available. To support this action, I found a map from the county surveyor that was drawn in 1929 that at least shows intent to convey this remnant parcel to the adjoining owner, which Today, the adjoining owner is going to convey that to ODOT in right of way. So again, just to summarize, the overall effect is this little uneconomic remnant of property is going to be conveyed to ODOT for highway purposes.
Thank you, Jason. Does anybody have any questions for Jason?
No, Chair, but I'm glad that he's here and with the county, and I'm glad that this project is moving forward. It's a big deal.
Yes. Yes, we appreciate your being here. Maybe we can see you and meet you one of these days. So do we have a motion to declare the county interest in that land surplus property?
I move that we declare this piece of property surplus.
All right, we have a motion. Christian?
Madam Chair, it would be to both declare the county property surplus and enter into the quitclaim deed to transfer the property to ODOT.
All right, so do we have a motion?
I move that we declare the parcel surplus and approve a quitclaim deed to ODOT.
Thank you so much. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Once again, Jason, thank you for joining us and explaining that to us. We'll move on to item I3, which is the consideration of a letter of support for the creation of the new fire district number 22. And I've left some supplemental information in a packet that in an email that I sent to our administrator. And basically what we're asking is a letter, they're asking for, the chief petitioner is asking for a letter of support to go before the Sheridan City Council, because ultimately this will have to come back to the county for approval. It will go to Polk County as well because of that split jurisdiction. So you've had an opportunity to read the letter and the supplemental information. If you have any questions, this is not unlike what we went through with TBFNR and the Newburgh Rural Fire District. And so do we have a motion to, Ken?
If I may, Chair, I just wanted to clarify in case there's any confusion, this is being brought forward as an add-on item to the agenda. I believe we sent out the revision, but I don't believe the agenda that's posted to the website reflects that this was added as an add-on item. So I just wanted, for the purposes of the record, just recognize that this was an add-on brought forward by the chair.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that, and I did bring that late to the game, and so it was yesterday afternoon. The reason why there's some urgency here is because there is going to be a city council meeting in Sheridan on Monday, and they wanted to be able to say that the Yamhill Board of Commissioners had looked at this. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. That was my only concern, is it was put on last minute and I didn't get to read the supplemental documents. I read the letter, but I was going to ask if there was a time constraint on this, or if it could be put out another week.
Well, the only reason is because they had asked us a little bit about, they'd asked us to do it today because Monday is the city council meeting in Sheridan. I understand if you're not comfortable. I've had some time in speaking with the chief, and I've been in communication with a number of people in the district talking about this. So I don't want to assume that everybody else has had the same amount of time to look at this information. But if you look at the Polk County website and you look at the Sheridan City website, you'll see some information regarding the resolution that they are being asked to pass on Monday night. And it's essentially what the letter says. And it's really very short and to the point. So again, I understand if you're not comfortable with this, but I do feel like I want to be able to offer them something for Monday.
Thank you. And this is going in front of the voters, right?
Yes,
In
this will put this on the ballot. No, next November.
Next November. Okay.
So
Yeah, they are aiming for it being on the ballot in November of 21.
right.
This
So
November, yeah.
right. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve the board sending this letter of support for the creation of Fire District 22. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to add thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. All those in favor, any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, looks like this is unanimous, and we can get that letter out to them. And thank you, Carolina. It was short notice, but I appreciate that. All right, so at this time, we will close formal informal and open up a public hearing, unless anybody needs to take a break prior to our public hearing. Nope, okay. We'll go ahead and open up our public hearing, docket C 23-20/RN-03-20, which is consideration of a conditional use request for the construction of a new public road in the exclusive farm use zone with a 50-foot right-of-way. The proposed road name is Northwest Yankee Drive. It's tax lot 4501-01290 and 45-011293. Location is 13799 Northwest Willis Road in McMinnville. The applicants are Paul and Martha Janke, trustees of the Janke Trust, Charles and Scotty Dolans, and Cyclops Properties LLC. The appellants are Catherine Jernstedt, representing Friends of Yamhill County. Ken Friday, our planning director, and Lance Woods here. And our planning director, I understand, is here, and he is joining us from San Francisco. And he's going to read the some of the information that we are required to read, which is the, before we do that, I just want to ask if there are any abstentions by members of the board. Any objections to the jurisdiction of the board to hear the matter before it? Does any board member need to announce and state on the record the substance of any ex parte communications? Okay.
And Chair, I do want to note that Catherine Jernstedt does have her hand raised, so I just want to acknowledge that. It's up to you to decide what to do on it.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We do have someone who's object. So is Catherine objecting to the jurisdiction of the board to hear this? That would be the time. Otherwise, we'll. Is Catherine, are you objecting to the board's jurisdiction? I'm going to wait just a minute in case that's the case. Hold on. It's the hotline. Okay, that was a false alarm, Commissioner. All right. Anyway, they just want to get in line to testify, so everybody's raising their hand. Now is not the time. We'll get to you. Right now, we're going to okay, so no site visits, and now Ken Friday, take it away.
Oregon law requires that persons who attend a land use hearing be advised of certain rights and duties before the hearing begins. First, with regard to the standards for approval, state law ORS 197.763 sub 5 requires that we list the applicable substantive criteria that must be met in order for the county to approve the application. The standards will be listed by the county planner in a few moments as part of the staff report. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the standards for approval. Second, the raise it or waive it rule. Under Oregon law, any issue that might be raised in an appeal of the county's decision in this matter must be raised before the record of this hearing is closed. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision makers and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the board based on that issue. Third, and this is directed to the applicant, under ORS 197.796, failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval, again with sufficient specificity to allow the county to respond to the issue, precludes an action for damages in circuit court. And I do want to note this is not the initial evidentiary hearing, so there's not a right to have the record left open, but the board can decide that.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. So do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Lance.
Yes, ma'am. The subject tract is made up of 2 tax lots and measures approximately 34 acres in size. The tract is located in the exclusive farm use zone and appears to be dedicated to forest use. There's a home located on tax lot 4501-01290. The property has direct access to Northwest Willis Road by way of an existing easement driveway. along the northernmost corner of lot 4501-01293. There is a mix of farm uses in the area, including hay production to the west, northwest, and southeast of the tract, vineyards located in the area, and livestock pasturage on an adjacent parcel to the northwest. Rural residential uses are also common in the surrounding area, with homes located on neighboring adjacent parcels. The applicant's request is for a conditional use permit for the construction of a new public road with a 50-foot right-of-way in this exclusive farm use zoned area. The proposed name of the road is Northwest Jonkey Drive. The YCZO allows for the development of a new road, highway, or other transportation facility and improvement in the exclusive farm use zone per subsection 402-04N, so long as the development complies with Oregon Administrative Rule 660-12. The Planning Commission held hearings on February 4th and March 4th of this year and decided to approve this conditional use and road naming request by a vote of 8-0. This concludes the staff report, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for getting the information to us
Yes, ma'am.
every time we have one of these public hearings. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we'll move on to the applicant's case.
And that should be Andrew Stamp, but I just got a note from Carrie that she does not see him in the audience.
Okay. Well, do we have testimony in support? Thank you, Ken, for that. Do we have testimony in support of the application? Okay, it looks like no one is raising their hand. And, okay. Todd went back to court. The attorney doesn't appear to be on the call, and no one is raising their hand in support. So it looks like it's just us now. So at this point, do we move on to the appellant's case? If we don't have any testimony in support, we don't have the applicant's case. Christian, I'm looking to you because Todd's across the street in the courthouse.
And while Kristen is thinking of his answer, my answer would be to take the staff will try to get a hold of Andrew Stamp right now. And I would say we'd want to maybe go ahead with the opponent's case. And if for some reason Andrew Stamp cannot be located, I would recommend that we continue this for a week so that Andrew can actually give his presentation, because that it's not like him not to be here. He had said at the Planning Commission hearing that he actually attended in person because he doesn't like Zoom and he's had problems with Zoom in the past. So we'll try to get a hold of him right now. I recommend that we go ahead and but Christian may have a different take on this.
Maybe
Works for me. I think that's a great idea.
Maybe the possibility of just doing a 5-minute recess so some calls can be made and see that he's available, and then you could then make a determination on the next steps.
That's
Thank
a good idea.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you,
I
Ken.
would appreciate that too.
Ken's. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and then try to track down.
And you're going to reach out to Andrew, is that right? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Just to let the board know, we have left messages, have not been able to find Mr. Stamp yet. Carrie was kind enough to send a link where you could also join by phone, but we have not been able to confirm that he's received that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So at this point, since the opponents are here and ready to testify, why don't we go ahead and do that? And then Christian, we would be okay to continue the proponent's testimony next week. Is that correct? Or would we have to?
The only concern I would have with that is that the applicant's not here for rebuttal. And I believe what Ken Friday was suggesting is that if we couldn't get a hold of Andrew, we would simply continue the entire proceeding until next week.
Okay, I thought we had
Is
the
that
option.
right, Ken?
Well, what I was suggesting is to take the opponent's testimony and then continue it at proponent's case. We could continue the whole item till next week. I would just want to check in with the opponents to see if any of them would not be available to come back next week. If they were not available, I'd want to take the testimony today.
My mistake. Sorry about that.
Thank you for that. Ken, well, we're having a hard time seeing who's who and communicating with the folks who are ready to testify. So is there anyone, if you can raise your hand, and maybe Carrie, you can let us know if this is a way to communicate this. If people cannot be there next week, would they let us know now? Otherwise, we can go ahead and plan on taking testimony today. So we'll give it a second to see if anybody raises their hand.
Chair, it looks like a couple people have. So.
That cannot make it next week.
Oh, I don't know about that. They just raised their hand in the group. So maybe they
He
have
just took them down though, so maybe that's our indicator. Pretty much. We are still in a hearing, but
okay, so that was a hotline from Carrie Hinton, and she said that apparently the hands that were raised were for testimony and that it doesn't appear that anybody is saying they cannot be here. So if that's the case, then we will go ahead and continue this next week and get everybody's testimony at the same time. All right, Ken Friday, Christian?
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then Ken, we would just want to continue to a date and time certain, and just wanted to confirm that we don't have any issues around 150-day timeline.
I'll have to check with Lance, but I don't believe we do at this point.
Okay, Catherine, did you want to say something? Your
Yes, please.
house on fire?
Well, basically, we were bumped off and readmitted and have not been able to get access. And it's quite possible that Mr. Stamp is in the same conundrum. We've been having technical problems with accessing Zoom at the Planning Commission level. I can't speak for the others. If we did our testimony today and the proponents came back in a week, we would request the courtesy of a chance to respond to what they are saying, which is the normal sequence of things, that usually it's proponent, opponent, then proponent, rebuttal. And at the Planning Commission hearing on March 4th, we actually were not admitted to the meeting until about the 17-minute mark of it. And we really feel strongly that the courtesy that was extended to Mr. Stamp to seek him out and include him in the meeting needs to be extended to the opponents as well. Again, I can't speak for the availability of the others. What the heck, I don't have a life. I can come back next week. But we think it's really important that we get our fair hearing.
Thank you for that, Catherine. It appears someone is calling in, so if that's Andrew, then we can go back and start where we left off. So let's make a determination. Carrie's calling Ken right now. So let's make a determination. If that's Andrew, we can go back and start with the applicant's case. So just one moment. Was that him? Oh, hold on. All right, so at this point, we suspect that the phone number is Mr. Stamp. So if it is, go ahead, identify yourself, name and your address for the record. If it's not Mr. Stamp, then we will move on. So we'll 503-998-9568. Speak up. Okay, well, I'm going to take that as this is not Andrew. Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, so.
This is Andrew Stamp. Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't. I was muted on my phone, and I had to press *6 to unmute. I screwed up. I thought the hearing was tonight, and I was intending on driving down there to be there in person, and somehow I just got a call from Rick Sanai saying, "Hey, why aren't you at the meeting?" And I'm like, "Uh-oh."
Okay,
So,
well, you're here now. So let's go ahead, and we sort of put things in abeyance until we heard from you, but let's go ahead and start with the applicant's case.
Okay. All right. Boy, and I wasn't even really prepared to do this right now, but I guess I'll wing it. I apologize for that. With regards to this case, really all we're trying to do here is to build a public road. The reason we have to build a public road is because of a standard in the code that says that you can only access 3 homes off of an easement, a private easement. And this road that we currently enjoy, which is not entirely on our property, has more than 3 homes on it currently. And so we were told that we had to do this as a public road. So this is, this application, really, the genesis of it was us responding to a code problem. Now, as I read the opponent's materials, I think the focus of the opposition is really not so much on the road itself, but it's really more focused on the potential that this road could be used for a subdivision to build on land out in the south of the subject property. And what I said to the Planning Commission is that it's certainly the long-term goal of the Jonke family to build that subdivision out in some form or manner, but that this road, as it's currently configured, would not provide that access in large measure because it doesn't even touch that land. There's about a 500-foot gap or so. So we would have to come back for another land use application in order to make that a reality. As it currently sits, this road could provide access for 2 properties, one of which is a Measure 37 property. And there's discussion in the record from the opponent saying that, well, the Measure 37 lot already has access. And while it's true, it can use the same road, what's not true is that you can't build an extra home on it because you're exceeding the 3-lot limit, which was not part of the Measure 37 approval. So that's really the gist of, in a nutshell, that's really what this case is about. The Planning Commission recognized that the concern about the subdivision to the south is premature, and that issue would be addressed in the future if and when the applicant comes back with a land use application that extends the road further to the south. Now, what I would want to say on that is that this is probably before any of the time that the Board of Commissioners was present back in 2008. I think that's before most of all of your tenure. But in 2008, the applicant applied to build that subdivision out by accessing it along an easement to the south that comes in from the south of the property. And that application was denied. In part, it was denied on the basis that the idea was, we were told by this county that you should apply in the future to come in and access that property from the north. So in part, this road, once it's finalized and finished, would really be fulfilling that request that was made by the county at the time. And that was the primary reason that subdivision was denied, was for the same reason, is that you're only allowed to have 3 houses on a easement, on a private easement. So really that's what this case is all about. One of the things I heard I was reviewing the materials that were sent to the board over the last couple of days from the opponents. And one of the things that I read in there were people complaining about farm impacts, but they weren't very precise in how they were labeling this issue. The code standard requires that the applicant show that he won't have impacts on accepted farm practices. And in the application, we made our best guess based on looking at the terrain, what the potential farm practices were in the area. And we evaluated that and determined that we did not think that a road in and of itself would prevent farmers from exercising those accepted farm practices. And once the application went to hearing, we found out about a vineyard that had been installed that we didn't know about, and we addressed that as well. But even then, we haven't seen anything from the opponents that talk about any specific farm practice that would somehow be made more difficult or more expensive by the existence of a road. And for example, farm practices for a vineyard would be trimming your grapes. It would include adding pesticides to the grapes and fungicides. It's typically done unless you're an organic farmer, in which case you don't do that. But you're going to trim the grapes down in January, and then you're going to harvest them in September, October-ish. You're going to trim the leaves off to give the grapes more sun exposure. You're going to fertilize it. You're going to hoe the weeds. Those are all accepted farm practices. And you think about it, well, how is a road going to make it more difficult to do any of those things? And it really isn't obvious to me how it would. And although the opponents say in very general terms, oh, well, we're farmers and a road is bad for farming, I just don't see that makes any sense. And they certainly didn't address any farm practices specifically that would be affected here. So, I just don't think that those concerns are well-founded. There was another comment that I saw from the Friends of Yamhill County, and they were saying that we didn't evaluate Goal 5 impacts. And I spent quite a bit of time yesterday trying to understand those issues. And frankly, after doing a whole bunch of research, I still don't understand them. and I don't think they're valid concerns. You see them mention OAR 635-415-0025, which is Fish and Wildlife's wildlife mitigation policies. Those policies have never been applied directly to land use actions where the county is managing those land use actions. They have been applied to FERC, the FSEC, which is the state's version of FERC, the energy siting project. So, for example, those mitigation policies have been applied when people are applying for very large-scale solar farms, and so they see some applicability there. But I think Ken Friday can tell you, in all the time he's been in Yamhill County, I haven't talked to him about this, but I'm sure he would testify that he has not applied the OAR 635-413-0025 standards in the context of a quasi-judicial land use application. I think they might have some applicability when you're deciding your Goal 5 resources. So in other words, they might apply during periodic review. I'm not really sure about that, but they certainly don't apply here. So those were sort of only the three issues really that I thought were raised in the appeal and that really needed to be talked about. So in any event, I think that's really all I want to say, unless the board has any specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stamp. I know I have a question and brings to mind the question of, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, this is Mary Starrett. And the question that I had was, this brings to mind the question of spraying and the application exclusion zone and the Oregon OSHA restrictions there. Has that been considered and factored into this?
We did not address any findings specifically about that. But, keep in mind the inquiry is whether us building a road would prevent a neighboring farmer from conducting those type of activities. And one of the things that Oregon has is a right to farm law, and specifically with Measure 37 properties, they have to sign essentially a deed restriction that makes them essentially say, hey, we realize we live out in the country and there's farming going on and we can't complain about it. So, I don't think the road itself doesn't do anything other than move traffic from point A to point B. But, the resulting homes that could be built, even those homes, the people that would live in them would not be able to complain or file nuisance complaints about spraying activity or anything like that due to the existence of Oregon law. Was that responsive to your question, or did I miss the gist of it?
Just a little bit, and I'll tell you why. Because I understand the farm impacts piece of that. What the question is we do have an application exclusion zone, which is more restrictive in Oregon. And if people are traveling on a road, if they're walking on a road, if they're driving on a road, this could in fact impact farm practices that include spraying, because this is particularly called out. And I'm just wondering if that's even been a consideration here.
No, we haven't considered it. And if you would like us to, we certainly can, if you think that warrants it in this case. My thought on it was, and my family owns vineyards, so I don't consider myself a expert on wineries, but I've seen how the spraying goes, and usually when you're spraying, you use a tractor to spray. You've got some hoses that go over maybe 2 or 3 of the rows, depending on your type of sprayer. It may only affect 1 row, but the drift from that spray would typically only go, I'm guesstimating 20, 30, 50 feet at most. Maybe if you were spraying in a high wind, it would go a little further, but we're talking 1,000 feet or more from where this road is, and there's trees in the way, you know, a whole forest. So, I mean, I just can't imagine that this particular road would prevent spraying that might occur in that vineyard. And you know, and most people don't spray on a windy day because, you know, the chemicals are expensive, and the more the wind blows them around, the less effective they are. So you typically wait for a nice calm day before you spray in any event. And then, you know, with regards to some of the properties that are closer to us, like those properties to the west and to the north, there are no current spraying operations going on there that we're aware of, and nobody's testified that there are. So, you know, I'd be inclined to think that it's not an issue in this case, given the geographic proximity of the road in relation to the vineyard, which would be the only thing I could think of where spraying would go on. You know, we don't know of any other commercial forestry operations, for example, that are currently spraying their trees in the vicinity. So we didn't consider that. But if you would like us to, you know, we could definitely take a look at it in greater detail and come back at the next hearing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. So you say that there is no place along that proposed road where it would be fewer than 1,000 feet from a property?
You know, and here again, when I say 1,000 feet, that's a rough estimate on my part. I don't have a ruler in front of me to measure it exactly, but you know, I'm looking at it on Google Earth from my computer right now, and you know, the road, it's definitely. Well, let me look real quick here. Yeah, I mean, I think it is about 1,000 feet to the closest point of where the vineyard is, certainly in that range. And between that is another home. There's quite a bit of forest land. There's a whole valley there in between. So I mean, here again, I just do not see how that would be in any way affecting the ability of that farmer to spray. And I don't even think we have any evidence in the record that he does spray. You know, I'm making some assumptions here when I'm talking about farming practices on that land, what would be typical for a winery. But, you know, certainly if he's doing organic farming, the chances of him spraying is pretty non-existent. So.
Thank you.
So, yeah,
thank you, Mr. Stamp. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that question. To put a finer point on it, Councillor Stamp, organic vineyard growers spray, and they spray products that I believe require an AEZ as well. So it feels like maybe there's not quite enough information here on the accepted farm practices in the area. What I wanted to ask about was the possibility going along with what Commissioner Sterrett was asking about with the road. And I have the map pulled up here, and it looks like tax lot 1291 is the one that the road's going through, correctly? Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes. That would be the large, let me get my map here. That's the large 30-acre piece, isn't it?
It looks like it. So the road goes along the edge of that one. Is that accurate?
The road would be along the western edge of that lot. I'm trying to find it here. I'm trying to talk and.
Okay, so would that be? It would be adjacent. It's adjacent to 802 then.
Okay, the large lot. Okay, I have a tax lot map right here.
Okay, great.
1293 is the 30-acre parcel, and the road would run along the north and west sides of that lot, and then it would run down. It would access tax lot 1292, which is a 3-acre piece, and it would also serve 1291, but it would not reach any further than the north boundary of 1291. And let's see, I need to look at another map to see what is to the east of that, to the west of that. Let's see.
Okay, and forgive me, apparently I'm looking at an older tax lot map because the numbers don't match. So I'm going to throw that one away. That one's from 05. So apparently the numbers have changed.
Okay, yeah, and that's possible because there were, you know, there has been some activity on that lot that's been created since 05.
Okay, so Councilor Stamp, then my question is really directed at what are the tax lots immediately adjacent to the road, and what are the farming or forestry activities on them? Because Commissioner Starrett is really getting at a point that I feel like we need addressed from you, which is people will be on this road, and it appears at least that it's close to other tax lots that are going to need to be protected from the new activity.
Okay, so so I found a tax lot map that is to the west of the tax lot map that governs our property, and that's 4502 is the map number. Our map is 4501, and so the big lot that is adjacent to the road is called tax lot 700, which is a 41-acre piece. And that lot right now, looking at Google Earth, it appears to be mostly used for hay production. And there may be some grazing that's going on one of the fields in there. It's broken up into a couple different fields. It may be some grazing going on there as well as one of the parcels. So those are the kind of the two things that would be the two activities that would be going on.
Can you ever imagine a scenario where somebody might spray their hay?
You know, I'm not an expert on hay, but in doing research for this case, I did not encounter spraying as being a typical farm practice for hay.
Well, I think that other folks up Baker Creek, I'm very familiar with them. Lucian Gunderman is a good example who sprays his hay. I mean, most hay growers that I know spray their hay.
Okay.
So
well, I wasn't
immediately adjacent to a large parcel that's being farmed right now, I think is an important example of the concerns around changing farm practices.
Okay, well, in that case, you know, maybe what we should do is I'll request a continuance to the next hearing, and we'll do a little bit more research on that. Certainly what I've seen in the record so far, nobody that owns any of those lots has said that they spray their hay or has raised this issue as being concerned that a road would prevent them from spraying their hay or make it more expensive for them to spray their hay. And it isn't quite intuitive to me how a road would affect that in one way or the other. But, you know, given that I'm hearing it's a concern, I'd like to have the opportunity to address that issue in more detail. I'd probably need to hire some sort of expert to address that because it's beyond my level of expertise, as you might imagine.
Mr. Stamp, this is Mary Starrett. This is a topic that has some sensitivity to the board because for years, I know I've argued that the farm practices that involve spraying along a proposed recreational trail would definitely impact a farming ability. And that is sort of kind of like what we're looking at, where we've got, if you've got exclusive farm use land, then it is an allowable farm practice. And if you have a road and you have an application exclusion zone, that's the concern, like I've had, for instance, over our farmers being able to to continue to farm in their normal way if there's a trail in their backyard. So this is sort of the question why, this is probably along the reason why we're asking how this would impact those who live along that proposed road.
Okay. All
Commissioner,
right. Well, I would have to give that a little more thought. It's not very intuitive to me that even in the context of the trail, that the that spraying would prevent farmers from. I mean that the trail would prevent farmers from spraying. But I probably need to think through that again and read some of the arguments that were made in that case.
thank you. Commissioner Kula?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilor Stamp, for taking my questions.
Would you guys entertain a continuance in that event and let me look into that a little bit more?
Yes, but I still have a few more questions I'd like to ask you, just in case there's more that you want to research.
Oh, no, I guess I would
Does that seem
definitely
fair,
want to
Chair?
hear all your questions.
Okay, great. I want to make sure that we get things kind of buttoned up. Okay, so Councilor, I'm deferring to Chair now. What were you saying?
No, I didn't know you were, I wanted to make sure you were going to continue to ask your questions, so carry on.
Yes, thank you. So Councilor Stamp, one of the things I wrote down was that from your initial comments was that you had you didn't believe there were any valid concerns around 215, 296 or the farm impacts analysis. And then I wrote down that you said, but that's because I don't understand them. And can you elaborate a little bit? I'm concerned that you're not understanding them. I don't think that it invalidates concerns. So how do you not think that 215, 296 or the farm impacts tests are something beyond what we've talked about? Anything of concern here? And are there things that you understand and don't understand?
Well, anyone that tells you they understand everything is lying to you. So, so my comment is that there may be specific farm practices that I may not be aware of, but part of the duty of the opponents in the hearing is to raise them, and they haven't. No one said, I do this particular farm practice and I'm worried about not being able to do that farm practice in the future because of the existence of a road. Nobody said that to me in this case. So this is, I understand the sensitivity to the issue, and I think that's certainly, good that you're looking into that. That's part of what you should be doing. But I'm just saying, to date, nobody's raised any of those issues to me.
Okay, so my next question
in this case.
My next question
when I say I don't understand them, it's because no one's raised anything. Now,
okay.
Having said that, there are typical farm practices that happen with every type of farm activity. If you're haying, you're gonna plow, you're gonna seed, you're gonna in some cases irrigate, some cases not, but those are farm practices. And sort of the way that standard is written is it requires an evaluation of those typical farm practices that are actually occurring on neighboring properties. And that's as opposed to hypothetical farm practices that might occur in the future. So we're supposed to look at what's actually going on there now. And so, some of my analysis is circumscribed by what I saw from a site visit and from Google Earth searches online, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. And then did you, typically when we see farm impacts, we see a farm impact analysis that looks out a distance from the parcel in question. I never saw kind of here's how far out we looked. Did you do that?
Yes, the application does specify the distance that we looked out. In this case, the way that I feel that standard should be applied based on reviewing LUBA case law, there's not a set standard. In other words, there's not a standard that says you will look out 1,000 feet. But it's more of a practical test. And so you look at what the application is proposing, and you look at what the farm impacts are, and you kind of judge, how far, like say, for example, if you had a factory that was producing smoke, and that smoke could go a mile in either direction, then your farm impacts test should probably go out a mile, right? Because the smoke being produced by the factory could affect farming out to a mile. But if your land use activity that you're proposing is something like a road that really doesn't create any impacts, then you don't necessarily have to look out very far.
So
Now,
to clarify, your analysis actually says based upon the visual evidence. In this case, you've identified visually and personal knowledge of the immediate local area. And I do note that you did not include spraying. You did include ground-based application of fertilizers and herbicides, but I don't actually know what ground-based is. Is that what you would consider spraying?
Yes, that as opposed to aerial.
Okay, so you do
Using a plane.
acknowledge then that there is the risk, or that spraying on adjacent parcels is an accepted farm practice in this area?
Well, I don't have any evidence that any spraying has gone on. I don't know of any evidence in the record that anyone has said that they spray anything.
Well, it says
So,
in
I would say-
your application, sir, that I'm going to quote, in this case, the applicant has identified the following farm practices as likely to be occurring on parcels in the analysis area. And the first one is ground-based application of fertilizers and herbicides. Does that not suffice for accepted farm practices?
Well, what I'm saying there, sir, is that it's likely, it's possible. We include it because we don't know for sure, but we wanted to evaluate it anyway. But part of the hearing process is for the opponents to tell us what they're doing out there. And so we haven't had any of that. But we included it because we figured it was likely, for example, that there was some fertilization going on particularly where you have ground crops, and things like that. Vineyards typically don't fertilize, that much. I mean, grapes don't really need a lot of. Matter of fact, if you fertilize grapes, they tend to produce leaves instead of fruit. So, you don't really want to. But what they'll do is they'll mulch the ground around the grapes. But so, I included that in there just to be more inclusive than not. I just said likely because I don't know for sure.
Okay, so thank you. I'm moving on to some different questions now, Chair, if you don't mind. Okay, so I see in the record a number of times that this parcel already has access. And I guess I'm a little bit confused as to why you need a public road. And this is really the fundamental question of your application, is why do you need a public road for this parcel? And would you, and because, hold on, because there's a follow-up, because of the concerns expressed about future development, even though you insist that this is not the parcel or the access point, would you agree to adding a condition of approval that says that will only be used for the tax lots in the application?
Well, there's two lots that would take access. It would be the, let's see here. The big lot, 1293 and 1292 would both be able to take access from this road. We accept the condition. I don't think it's necessary because the road doesn't touch the big lot where the development potential could occur, which is the tax lot 1600 on map 4512. So, I think it's fairly obvious that we would have to come in for another land use application and redo this entire process over again if we're going to extend that road the extra few hundred feet.
Okay, I guess I'm just confused because on page 18, section 4, you say the county, let's see, the applicant plans residential parcels to be served by this dead end road. The county only allows 3 home sites on a private road, so the applicant is requesting to build a public road in anticipation of potential future development. So are you considering this as you're going to extend the road? And in which case, what I'm
Well-
asking is, would you accept a condition that you cannot extend the road?
Well, I would accept a condition that we couldn't extend the road without a future land use application being submitted. I mean, what we've said, you know, we've tried to be candid that ultimately our long-term goal is to access tax lot 1600. You know, and so, I mean, that statement that you just read is sort of us trying to be candid with you, because, you know, I mean, I heard there was one planning commissioner who said, well, this is sort of disingenuous for you to say that you only want to access 2 lots. What you really want to do is access tax lot 1600. And we're like, no, what we said was our long-term goal was to use this road for 1600, but that we purposely made this application a few hundred feet short of that tax lot so that this approval would not allow us to build that subdivision, that we would have to come back for a second bite at the apple, if you will.
Okay, then thank you, Councilor. Then I guess my question would be, why are we here right now? Because we can have a private, isn't it accurate to say that you could just have a private easement for these 3 parcels?
No, because the current driveway already serves, I think, 5 or 6 houses.
Oh, I'm sorry, to clarify, I just mean a private easement on the proposed public road. I just don't see it, you know, you could just make an easement that exactly matches this for these 3 parcels. Isn't that correct?
No, because we've already got 3, well, let's see, there's 2 houses that, well, we don't even own. One of them, the applicant's house, the Dolan's family, and there's one more house that's owned by, I think, Gilbreth is his name. I may be messing that up, but there's another feller who owns tax lot 1291, and that lot would bring us up to 4.
Oh, so
that's not to mention.
I guess I'm confused then. So you're proposing, maybe I missed this, but you're proposing to build a public road over other people's land?
No. This is entirely on our land.
Right. So what I'm asking you then is, why do you not add a private easement immediately overlapping with the public road rather than having this request before us?
Because there'd be too many houses on it.
But there's only 3 parcels, sir.
No,
And
there's
you own
other
all of
houses
them.
that take access from this.
Does this road exist
There's
right
other-
now?
Yes, right now there's 5 or 6 houses that take access on the private easement, and that doesn't even go over. And that for a short section goes across someone else's land. So, you know, what's one of the reasons that we proposed something that's not entirely coterminous with the existing road. You know,
I'm sorry, and Chair, thank you for your patience with me. So just my clarification then would be, so there is a private access. The maps I don't think have been super useful, but to me at least. So there is an existing private easement immediately where this public road is proposed. Is that accurate?
There are sections that overlap, yes. The
With
public
an
road,
outlet on the road.
Where it outlets, where it approaches the current public road, Willis, that area would be we'd go on a different route right there. We would not follow the existing path, mainly because that path doesn't meet fire standards.
Okay, so I guess my question would come back to, is it not possible for you to just have a private road access, a private road easement in the approximate location without dedicating a public road to it? That would get you your same goal.
What we could do is we could build a road at a completely different location from where it is now that would end up at the same location, access location at Willis. You know, it would have to go up the same hill at more or less the same location. But we could chop down a whole bunch of trees and, you know, go a different route. I guess that makes absolutely no sense to do that. But ultimately, you know, we do want to develop tax lot 1600 because it's zoned for rural residential uses. And so, you know, this road that we're proposing has a short-term goal and a long-term goal. The short-term goal is to provide access to two lots, the 1293 and 1292. The long-term goal is to extend it further to the south and have access to that 27 acres that's tax lot 1600. And so, you know, even if we could come up with a different plan to do our short-term plan, it wouldn't marry up with our long-term plan, which is why we asked for, you know, plus it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put a road at a different location that, you know, from when there's already, you know, a path. I mean, it's already asphalted at that, you know, at this one location for over 1,000 feet. So what we'd be doing is widening that asphalt and building it to county standards.
So if I have you correct, then this road, as it currently is, goes across. It doesn't go across. The existing road does not go across just your land, and you're proposing a new road that just goes across your land. Is that accurate?
Yes. There is about, let me get on Google Earth here and figure out the distance. It's roughly about 400 feet, plus or minus, actually maybe a little less than that, 300 feet, let's say, of the current driveway, you know, slash private road that traverses land to the north of us that's owned by somebody else. And so part of the reason that we have a deviation there is we keep this second road on our property 100%.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes, it makes sense. So my next question about that would be that, do we have the appellants in the record have mentioned that their proposal, or what they say, is that a Measure 37 claim can also then apply different standards to the private easement access road that goes across them, so that there can be more than 3 vehicles or 3 home sites, sorry, that access or that use this private easement. What's your perspective on that? I would assume that you disagree, and that's why you really need to build a public road.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we obviously, if we didn't have to build a $1 million public road or whatever it costs, I don't know the exact number, but you know, it's not going to be cheap. I don't know if it's a $500,000 or $1 million or what, or $250,000, but it's expensive. And if we didn't have to do that, we wouldn't do it. So it's not like we haven't thought about these issues, you know, and the county staff has told us that we have to apply for this. So, you know, the Measure 37 did not get us out of that requirement. I actually went back and looked at the Measure 37 approval, and it specifically doesn't address that issue. I was kind of surprised it didn't, frankly, but, you know, for whatever reason, it didn't. So it's not true to say that the Measure 37 lot has development rights to avoid the 3-lot rule. That you know, when the opponents say that, that's just incorrect.
Okay, thank you. So then, Councilor, I guess my last question, and Chair has been very patient with me, so I appreciate it, is how many, since you are being very transparent about this ultimately being accessing a number of home sites, how, and that's part of why this needs to be a public road in your view, how many trips on this road might be generated by new homes? And I'm especially thinking about how the adjacent farm parcels might be impacted by that, because this would be a new use, not just a couple of cars on the road.
Well, for now, it would just be I mean, for right now, it would just be a few more cars. You know, like let's say if there's 2 more homes, that's about 20 ADT. We assume about 10 homes per house. And my recollection for the development potential for that tax lot to the south, I remember it being about, off the top of my head, I remember it being about 9 or 10 new homes. So we would, you know, assuming that number is correct, which I think if it's not, it's close. I mean, but I think it is correct. 9 or 10 new homes, and so that would bring about another 100 ADT or less. You know, typically when we talk about 10 trips per day per home, that's usually an urban standard, and I think people in rural areas are a little bit more efficient with their travel because they have to travel further. So in other words, if they're going to go into town, you know, they'll try to get a bunch of things done all at once in town so that they don't have to drive back and forth as much. But even using that 100, you know, 10 trips per home figure, 10 times 10 is 100 ADT, and if that's done at about spread out throughout the day, that's only you know, 10 trips during daylight hours per hour. So that's like 1 trip every 6 minutes or something like that.
Right. I believe the Measure 37 claim says it estimates 8 trips per.
8 trips per day.
Yeah, I think that's what it's
right. I mean, that sounds about right to me, you know, because that's consistent with the idea that rural travelers, people who live in rural areas, travel more efficiently and they make less trips per day than urban travelers who don't have to go as far, so they tend to make more trips. So, but even assuming 8 trips a day, that's 64. I mean, excuse me, that's 80 trips ADT, which, you know, that's 1 car every 10 minutes or something like that. It's not a huge amount.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you know, Chair Sterrett was asking about the AEZ, likely because there will be people on foot on this as well, I'm guessing. So I think it's important to remember.
Commissioner Kula, are you, excuse me, I want to, thank you, Andrew, thank you, Councilor. I want to just interject here. So Commissioner Kula, you're expressing concern about people walking and driving on a roadway that might be near farmland? I'm a little confused.
We get to ask questions and in the hearings that we're in, so, but thank you.
No, thank you. This has been very enlightening. All right, Commissioner Berschauer, do you have any questions? Mr. Stamp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilor Stamp. I don't have any specific questions other than I do think that some follow-up information on the potential farm impacts, as Commissioner Kula asked for, is warranted, just because, as Commissioner Chair Sterrett described, we have been down a very rough road with regard to this issue and the Yamhill West Sider Trail. So any additional information, I know that I would appreciate seeing that as well.
Okay, yeah, and I think that's fair. I'm happy to go back and do a little more analysis and come back. I was thinking that, you know, if I get an expert, it may take me a month, so maybe a 60-day continuance would be helpful for me. And that would give me time to get my information out to the opponents ahead of time and give them time to dwell on it.
Let me find out, Ken Friday, where do we stand if we were to do that continuance with our time limit here?
Well, we if he's asking for 60 days, we would just ask him to extend the 150-day timeline by that same 60 days. So if he's requesting that, I'm presuming that he would be willing to offer that to us.
Yes, of course, I would, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Stamp, at this point, just to be clear, you're requesting a 60-day continuance and that you would then give the allowance for that extension so that we would be within those parameters, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what I think should happen.
Okay, thank you. That's good information. And just to be clear, I wanted to check with either Christian or Ken. Would we continue to take the opponent's testimony at this time or the appellant's testimony, or would we continue the entire rest of the hearing until for the continuance?
And I think that's, up to the board. I could see advantages to both. It might be an advantage to Andrew to hear other opponents' testimony. It might be an advantage just to continue it so that we start fresh again at the next hearing.
Thank you for that. Christian?
For this is Andrew. I would prefer that we go ahead and hear the testimony, because that way I can, I might learn some things that I need to address, and it's helpful to, sooner the better.
Thank you. I just want to run it by Christian. So are we?
You heard from Ms. Jernstedt earlier that she would like an opportunity to have heard the applicant's case before she provides her response. So I don't know what her thoughts would be, having heard what she's heard. Is she comfortable presenting her case now, or would she prefer to wait to see what Mr. Stamp brings back with regards to the farm standards to be able to speak to that then?
Good question. Mr.
Christian,
one second.
Christian, on that issue, I would propose that you give them two chances. Let them talk now and then let them respond later. So, I'm proposing a continuance so there would be another public hearing. But, if there's any farm impacts, we should probably hear about them now.
And that's fine, as long as he's prepared to allow them to respond to whatever else he might bring next time, unless Ken Friday's got concerns with that. I think that's a reasonable approach as well.
No concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right. So Ms. Jernstedt, are you still on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
Just trying to see if the appellant is, there she is. Okay, so thank you, Andrew. So right now, at this point, so we've had some questions for the applicant. And is there any other testimony in support of the application? Okay, so I don't see any at this point. So I think what we'll do is to go to the appellant's case. And Ms. Jernstedt, if you want to go ahead and start there. Oh, Christian, 1 second. Yes.
Yeah, I think we ought to just clarify that the applicant's case is not complete yet. The applicant is going to be coming back with some additional evidence to present to the board. So we're sort of pausing the applicant's case at this point to hear from the opponents, but everyone's clear that the applicant will have some more to say, and then the opponents will have an opportunity to respond to that next time.
Correct. Mr. Stamp, is that how you understand it?
Yes, ma'am. That sounds very fair to everybody, and we want to make sure we're fair to everybody.
Okay, thank you. All right, so appreciate that. Okay, so now we will go to the appellant's case, and we'll start, Ms. Jernstedt, with you.
Thank you, Chair Starrett, Commissioners Burschauer and Kula, and everyone else who's a party to this affair. I appreciate that we will have a second opportunity, and I will.
Excuse me, can you give us your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Catherine Jernstedt, representing Friends of Yamhill County, and that address is P.O. Box 1083, McMinnville, Oregon. I hope you aren't hearing the weird echo that I am. It's very distracting. Appreciate the chance to.
So 1 second, I'm going to interrupt you again. Mr. Stamp, can you put your phone on mute, please? Thank you. All right, sorry to interrupt, Ms. Jernstadt. Go ahead.
That resolves the issue. Wonderful. Again, I've got a appointment at shortly after 2 o'clock for my second COVID vaccination. So I'm going to be very quick in this, and I do hope that the others have a chance to speak. I have submitted a letter to you. This is a voluminous package, is the most charitable way to describe it. And there is a great deal of duplication and also conflicting or subsequently revoked information regarding Measure 37 and Measure 49 claim. And I would respectfully disagree that the Measure 37 claim does not grant them the waiver of the easement rules and access, as well as the right to develop this other parcel. The larger section, they would have to meet the income requirements for dwelling on EFU land. And again, trying to find it in your case, I don't know, this is a poor way of sharing information, but it is page 78 and 79 of the original hearing packet, which is the registered, duly recorded partition for that property, which does state access to all parcels. Again, the purpose of the Measure 37, Measure 49 process was to waive other land use rules. And although it doesn't rise to the level of a legal interpretation, I don't believe, we weren't able to watch the Planning Commission deliberation, missed a fair bit of the start of it, but during that process, at about the 1 hour and 35-minute mark of the audio tape of the meeting, Commissioner Armstrong asked staff how it was that he recently was involved in a project to build a private road for 5 dwellings. Mr. Sadlow deferred to Mr. Friday, who said it was because it was a recorded plat. And if necessary, I will endeavor to get a more formal legal interpretation on this. Again, the vineyard is not actually the closest farm EFU land there. It is Mrs. Morrow's property. And even if the day he wasn't out there, he didn't see much of anything, that's the nature of farming. It's go like heck, park the equipment, and at the next stage, go like heck again. But more to the point, the burden of proof is on the applicant, not the opponents. And Mrs. Morrow, I think, is in the queue to testify, plus there's written material submitted. And this also has impact on current and future owners. Mrs. Morrow has mentioned some of her land is potentially developable for vineyards. It's not happening now, but the spray exclusion zone is relevant, not just in the moment. Again, the big concern is a public road versus the private easement. There are degrees of access that cannot be limited on a public road. And although I don't know that the trail analogy is altogether accurate, we're concerned that this is a premature public infrastructure where it is far from certain that the subdivision will go forward. The 2008 initiative had a great number of conditions to it, including not just the application process, but a ground water survey that has to be submitted to the adjacent property owners for public content, road development. It is far from certain that this proposed subdivision will happen in an expeditious manner. And our position is that the Measure 37 claim grants them the needed lawful access to develop what exists on that affected parcel. And that there is way more that needs to be discussed before the subdivision issue is brought to bear. And I think Commissioner Kuhl has asked a lot of the same questions as have you, Commissioner Sterrett. Farming practices are perhaps a little obscure, but again, it is the applicant's burden to prove that they are not going to impact it. And I think you've contributed to the education all around there. With regard to the Goal 5 impacts, this is, the staff report says that this isn't designated as sensitive habitat, but I believe your application has the color version of this, which is the mapping of big game habitat over this landscape. That is addressed in ODFW standards, and it's entirely possible it has not been an issue in Yamhill County specifically. Hopefully we're not doing a lot of development up in that area. But there, it is a habitat category 5, and trying to prevent net loss of habitat. There's an environmental, social, economic evaluation mechanism through ODFW, or in the alternative, you just, as a rule of thumb, no more than one house per 40 acres. Granted, this property is already compromised in that regard, but the goal is no further loss. And so again, this has mainly to do with the subdivision, and it could prove a barrier which will potentially delay the project. There are also soil, water, and conservation district concerns about soil suitability for septic systems, not many of them. I'm trying to get a clean, good copy of that letter. Maybe in 60 days I can get that. I wanted to submit it in better condition than that to you folks. Again, I'm kind of rushing through this. I would ask you to especially consider this farm impacts issue, and that this is a rather historic community. Number of the people will testify that they've lived there 40, 50 years. And a public road, granted it's on the owner's property, that will affect the character of the community. I believe the Engans are going to speak to the widespread concern about that. But the gist of it is, and this is somewhat parallel to the trail, this is a substantially impactful construction with no certainty that it will be needed down the road. I don't know if they'll be available to testify, but at least 2 households, or 3 households actually, 2 Morrow properties, residences, and the last parcel south on this one, I believe it's occupied by the Gilbreths, will lose their access and egress from their home sites during construction. This is not permanent per se, but it is not insignificant, where this is a fairly speculative bit of construction. Again, I look forward to being able to talk more to you in a couple months' time.
We'll look forward to it. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Ms. Jernstadt?
Chair, I do not. Thank you.
Commissioner Berschauer, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. So I think since we mentioned Ms. Morrow, if Joyce is available, perhaps, thank you, Catherine. If Ms. Morrow is available, perhaps we can have her next in the queue to comment on her. We've also gotten your submission, Ms. Morrow. We've gotten your letter. So at this point, what we're going to do is suggest that if you have submitted written testimony, if you would like to just give us a brief comment. We have received it, and anyone who's going to testify, we ask that you not repeat anything that's been testified before, just for the interest of time. But we'd love to hear your comments. And again, just note that we have read your written testimony. So, Ms. Morrow, thank you for being with us. And would you state your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Joyce Morrow. My address is 13807 Northwest Willis Road, Bentonville, Oregon. I have written, you have the written comment. I'll try not to duplicate much of what's there. I have owned the property since 1972, 49 years. And when we purchased the property, the easement was difficult to be accessible. And so we, my husband and I, hired and improved the easement. As people purchased the land, such as the Jonkeys, then we started sharing the cost of the easement. And currently, I pay 3/5 of the cost of maintaining this easement. And it does cross part of Jonkeys' land and Scott and Sterling's property. It does not cross my land, it joins my land. And so I am the land that is adjacent to it, and I depend on this easement for access to my property. We have raised sheep and cattle and have an ongoing process of maintaining our wood lot. We have had it cut before, and this year I already have had it cruised and the timber cruised, and A1 logging is scheduled to thin my timber this year. My concern on the new road is part of the farming practices. A log truck would butcher an asphalt pavement, and we have rock. And so therefore it is very compatible with farming uses, whereas the road that they propose would be very detrimental to trying to tractors and particularly like the log trucks traveling over that. There's been a lot of discussion about when there's bad weather, part of the new road, there's a section that will be even steeper than what we currently have. And Mr. Stamp at the last meeting said, and I quote, "It's no brainer people would prefer a paved road during icy and snowy weather." And that's not true. You have much better traction on a gravel road. I am not in favor of a new road, and I'm not in favor of losing my gravel driveway. I want to be able to still maintain the use that I have of farming my property in a very conscientious manner in which we have done that. We have had the land evaluated. We've had test holes dug, and we have over 20 acres with the southern exposure with Jory soil, which is the prime grape soil. And we have Willowkinsey and some other types of soil on our land. So it is prime grape soil. And I know that the other vineyards that are very close to me, their land is Willowkinsey. And so I know people have been talking to me about the development of my land for a vineyard. And I think that has to be considered because this is exclusive farm use land. And I don't want to lose that in our area. And having a road, it's not about just a road. And I'll talk about that in a minute. I did want to mention about Catherine mentioned item number 5 on the wild animals. And not only do we have bear and cougars and lynx and fox, but we have over a herd of elk that's about 50 large. large herd of elk that's about 50. They cross my property kind of in a draw and go across my pastures. Then they go over past the Jonkeys and the other properties and Rossman's. They are so smart. They read the sign that's on a fence that says it's a wildlife preserve, and that's where they go and eat. And then they come back and cross over my property. And so to me, that's wildlife. That's big game wildlife. Those elk are big animals. And I believe that if a public road was put in that, and when they say long-term, they want this subdivision, I too heard at the last planning commission meeting, after the decision was made, there was a break and the mic was left on, and Mr. Stamp was laughing and joking and talking with another commissioner about, he said his client would immediately get the road in, sell maybe 1 or 2 lots to pay for it, and maybe within 6 months they would be back to extend that road to the subdivision that they want. That's not long-term, that's current. They are not talking about long-term. They're camouflaging this. And yes, they're saying that they want future development, but that's going to be in a very short period of time. And if you have 10 lots with 8 traffic patterns or 80 trips per day, that is a lot of traffic. I believe not only would it affect our area, but I believe that it would affect the animals in the area because what he said. Anyway, I feel it would be impact the wildlife to have that much traffic. And in the reports, there's lots of reports that show that their new road would have great visibility. But all these years, everyone that comes to my house, we always warn them that it's a dangerous corner. And even though where they have their reports that show there's visibility, that's not the practical use of how you cross the road to get to the driveway. You have to cross the road earlier, and you need the space so you can get to mailboxes, so you can have room to get your large trailers or trucks or equipment off of the road before you get into the driveway. And the way they have it constructed, you would come up to a point and you would just like go straight into that driveway. And you need that extra room that is already there. It is a very dangerous driveway, and they are wanting not only to make it so for these 2 lots, they're wanting it for the additional 10 lots. So 2 lots plus 10, that's 12. So that's going to be 100 extra traffic per day in and out. And, you know, everybody has a different amount of usage. When the Jonkeys lived there with all their teenage kids and everything, they had often 4 cars going in and out every day. We don't restrict how big a family is. And so there's going to be a lot of traffic, and it's already a dangerous corner. There's lots of people that use that Willis Road for walking, for jogging, for bicycling. There's a lot of people, because it's a great road to go out High Heaven and come down Willis Road, or go up Willis Road and come down High Heaven as a route for them to train on their bicycling. And so I think that's really, that it's a dangerous thing to think of putting that much additional traffic on that corner. And there are no traffic limits for traffic coming down the highway, coming on that road. So they do not travel 20 to 30 miles an hour. They're 45, 50. They come barreling down that road. So I have 2 main concerns. And that is the keeping exclusive farm use so that it is not compromised, and keeping the safety of the Willis Road And that intersection is a very dangerous section. And this application is just a precursor to the real goal of providing a public road for a subdivision. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here and appreciate that. And do we have anyone next who would like to testify? And again, I'm going to ask that you limit your testimony to items that have not been submitted or that have not been discussed prior to this. And if you can keep your testimony to 3 minutes, that would be ideal. But go ahead. Next person, if you would just, Carrie will let you in. And if you would give your name and address for the record, please. All right, it looks like we have Ms. Ann Engen joining us. So Ms. Engen, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. If you would give us your name and address for the record when you're ready.
Yes, I am. You have Art and Ann Engen here. We live at 13325 Northwest Willis Road. And in July, we will have owned our land for 50 years. And we have lots 1,200 and 1,300. Okay, you've already talked about the passive forest range. And you read that my thing about the map and about what makes the character of this neighborhood. I don't see your heads nodding.
Do you hear us?
Oh, did you everybody read that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you see, we were rebutting Mr. Stamp is quite gregarious and likes to spew out and share numbers, but they're not always accurate. Did you read that?
We've read the information that was submitted.
I said about
What?
okay, all that was submitted, because some of these things have changed. You read about the speed and how the change of the road from a country gravel road to chip sealed, which was nice, but it had potholes, and then they paved it. And now they can really drive fast on Willis Road. And that the new road will mean a 90-degree turn across traffic. I think Joyce also talked about that. But you need to understand, I don't know how many of you have gone out to see the road and where the Jonky Road will come off of it and come down a very steep slope to the bottom, and they're going through EF40 land. But it is, it's an outside corner, and it is really dicey for getting onto the road, but especially getting off the road and then down their proposed driveway. And the neighbors, Mr. Stamp also has visited the site once or twice, and we had to correct his saying on some of the data he put out. All of the data has 30 miles an hour as their set speed, but the neighbors know better. They hear the squealing tires and the cars flashed by, and they hear the gravel on the edge of the road being spewed. So it is a dangerous corner. And you saw that I did a traffic study on 8 trips a day. And then I talked about water, which, the county and the state don't want you to talk about water, but this is a low water resource area. and neighbors have to drill several wells. We had an elderly man come in and made a Y-shaped, peeled a willow.
To which?
And he witched our well. And because we found just quicksand the first time, and another place, it takes a lot of land to find water sometimes. And he found just enough that we could build a house and raise a family. But can this area support 14 more wells and not have a negative impact on the existing properties? Then I talked about, it's not just about a new road, it's cutting up more EF land. I did talk about Edwin Scher visiting Jacob Sembler. He visited everybody around there, the neighborhood, not making himself many friends. But he wanted an easement through Jacob's vineyard, and Jacob said no and asked him to leave. Also, I was going to explain a little bit of the history of the 27 acres. In 1971, when this was an 80-acre farm and it was split into 6 parcels, the landlocked 27 acres, lot 1600, was plotted to use an easement off of Berry Creek Road. The Jonkeys could split the 27 acres into 2 good-sized parcels worth more than a couple or 2 or 3 plots. And you must realize 20 years ago, the Jonkeys logged these 27 acres. The ravine in that 27 acres is so steep, the loggers had to use a high line to lift the logs out. It's not flat land, it's not just rolling hills, it is a ravine. Our land runs 800 feet along those 27 acres. And when the next year after it was logged, the owls that lived in those 27 acres came back and found just bare ground. And so very nicely, they came to our woods, and it was very fun. What hurt us was the harsh winter winds that came and hit that sheer line of trees along our 800 feet, and we lost large trees. The Jonkeys don't need to build an expensive public road. Since Mr. Andrew Stamp has the last word, he will belittle most of what we say, because that's what he has done in the other hearings. But these facts and stories are important to the people who live there. Thank you for listening and for your consideration. And I have a second letter to read. Would that be okay? It's from Jacob Sembler.
So excuse me, Ms. Engen, can I just interrupt here?
Yes.
Has that been submitted to the record? Was that?
No.
Okay, that letter is not.
He just emailed.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, it says, Dear Commissioners, I, Jacob Sembler of 13515 Northwest Willis Road, regarding the docket, and he has it correctly, give Ann Ingen permission to read this letter on my behalf, as I was not able to attend the hearing today. He is the young man who owns the vineyard, which is adjacent to our land. I would like to make it known to the commissioners that the Jonke Party has made it known to me in no uncertain language that their intention is to subdivide, and develop their property adjacent to mine, and that they would do so with or without my help. My understanding is that they already have lawful easement to access and develop the referred to parcel based on a registered plat for their M3749 claim. This current application is a farce and a half step toward this future subdivision. My concern regarding this current road development and future subdivision is the proposed road at a sharp bend on Willis Road the resulting increased traffic on William that runs between our western property line and the loss of potential vineyard land in Yamhill Carlton AVA. Thank you for your time. Jacob Sembler.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Engen. Thank you for your testimony and for reading the other letter that you brought. Thanks so much. Do we have anyone else who would like to make testimony in opposition? And again, if I could ask you to limit your comments to what hasn't been said before or what hasn't been submitted in writing, that will help us immensely. So if you would just step up and say your name and your address for the record, please. All right, well, I'm assuming we don't have anybody else who'd like to make opposing comments. So at this point, we'll go ahead and do our public agency reports. And Mr. Friday?
Lance would be able to give the public agency reports. I think though, since we've got a request for a continuance, it might be good for us to continue this. And I looked up, 60 days is Monday, June 14th. So I would suggest continuing this to June 17th at 10 a.m. In room 32 or on Zoom as appropriate, and have it brought back at proponent's case so that both sides would again be able to add any additional information and then vote on that sort of a continuance.
Okay, thank you. So you're suggesting that we return at the point of
proponent's case.
Of the proponent's case, but then we're also going to not do our public agency reports today?
We could, but seems like we could do them at the future hearing as well.
All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and do that. We'll come back with the proponent's case, and then we'll come back with public agency reports and then the rebuttal by the applicants. So at this time, Mr. Stamp, thank you for joining us. Lance, thank you. Ken, thank you. We're going to go ahead and close today's public hearing, and we will continue it on to June 17th at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think you need to take a formal action to do that.
Okay, so do we have a motion to?
I move that we, sorry, go ahead, Chair.
Do we have a motion to continue this to June 17th?
I move that we continue this hearing until June 17th, opening at 10 a.m. on Zoom.
Or in room 32.
Room 32, beginning at the applicant's testimony.
Correct. Motion has been made. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. Okay, thank you, Ken, for joining us, and Lance as well. All right, so we will close the public hearing, and then we will open up our informal session at the point of announcements. Do we have any announcements, commissioners?
I do not, Chair. Thank you.
I will hold mine because they're not time sensitive.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, if there's nothing else, staff have anything else for the good of the order, we'll go ahead, and I want to thank Carolina and Carrie for getting us through this, and everybody who participated.